Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Game 7 of the FIDE World Championship match between the current world champion Ju Wenjun and the challenger Lei Tingjie. Alongside me is Grandmaster Shui, and I'm Alik Gershon. Hi Shui.
Hello, Alik.
How would you summarize the first half of the match?
Yes, first I want to introduce the city we arrived now. For the first half, we are in Shanghai, and Shanghai is a city which is more humble and more fashion. And but when I arrived, I'm very proud of my home city, Shanghai. And when I arrived at Chongqing, I think the people here are very passionate, I think, and Chongqing is famous as some like hot pot and spicy food, and actually the people here are also like very hot and spicy. I mean their personality.
Absolutely.
Yes, and just as we saw the two players, Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun, Lei Tingjie feels more passionate, and Ju Wenjun feels more humble. And Alik, maybe you have some.
I absolutely agree with you. We took a walk the other day around the cities of Chongqing, and even the weather is different. The air is different. The whole atmosphere is different, and it will be actually quite interesting to see how it affects both players. And we now see the players and the officials of the match.
For the white player, for white is Dana Resnace Osola, the deputy chair of FIDE management board, and the black who helped Ju Wenjun to play is Liu Xiaoqiang, secretary of Changshou District Committee and member of Changshou Economic Development Zone Party Committee.
Yes, the moves have been made. Lei Tingjie is at her home court, and we will discuss it at length. If it benefits her, if it vice versa, if it puts even more pressure on her, because it can sometimes be different. The second match, the second half of the match, the next 7 games, the next 6 games will decide the world champion, the women world champion for 2023. Lei Tingjie, the challenger, is leading after the first half by 1 point. She scored 1 win, and the other 5 games were drawn. What are your impressions of the first half of the match?
I think the first half is very high quality according to both players, and actually I have asked Ju Wenjun, what do you feel about the first half, and she said she thinks she played good chess. She is not in a bad feeling and a bad style, but I think Lei Tingjie's performance is really impressive, and I'm really looking forward to the players arrived the second half. In the second half now, both players may have some more emotional feelings. Because it's for Lei Tingjie, for example, and she is much more close to win the match if they draw some games later. And for Ju Wenjun, she needs to play some attacking moves and needs to even the scores. So she also needs to play more active, and then the games will be more interesting, I think.
Absolutely. Not that they were not interesting before. They were also more interesting, but they were also interesting. But you are absolutely agree with this, because the weight of every game now, we only have 6 games left.
Yes.
The weight of every game, the weight of every white game really gains a lot of weight every game, right? Because each player has only 3 white games to play, and as we know, winning with black, it's something that can happen if your opponent over pushes, and we have seen it in many matches that actually it's the black player that does, the player playing black, it does score the point, but it normally happens when the other side over pushes, not when the other side needs to make a draw, for instance, right? Lei Tingjie, she would love to have all games being drawn, because she would become, of course, the world champion if this happens. So I think we are to expect 6 very exciting games ahead of us. And today, the challenger is playing white.
And Alik, I want to say it first. What's the first move you think today for Lei Tingjie?
So the moves that the officials were played. So Lei Tingjie instructed e4, e2, e4 to be played. It does not mean that she must play it. She can still change her choice. But I have to say it. Every time I'm very surprised when we see e4 on the board, and I think that in this area, Lei's team did a very, very good job by surprising their opponents, because I have a feeling we are not the only one who are surprised to see e4, who were expecting to see d4. And still, we are halfway through the match, and we still see, we're not sure whether it will be d4, and we kind of expect d4 to happen at some point in the match. But Lei Tingjie managed to get very good positions with e4, so maybe no reason for her to change. And we have some moves, and we have some exciting moves going on. If we go to the board, I think Ju Wenjun decided to surprise back.
Yes, it's really a big surprise.
The first c6, a Caro-Kann defense.
Yes, and actually, I'm a teammate with Ju Wenjun in Shanghai. We always play some Chinese league, some league in China, and I never seen Ju Wenjun played Caro-Kann in classical games, I think.
This is probably a very, this is the point of Ju's team to take back the initiative with black. And this puts a lot of pressure on white, I think, because she needs to, now she needs to, she was probably not preparing this, right? And what's even, I would argue that if you change your repertoire from D4 to E4, so you cannot study everything, right?
Yes, yes.
There is so much that you can study, and obviously you study the openings that your opponent does play. But as you said, Ju Wenjun has not. You haven't seen her play C6, so it was probably not on Lei's radar, on her team's radar, preparing this match. So this is a very, very clever choice by Team Ju. And we are going into this line where white will try to get some special advantage on the king side by pushing, by basically forcing this bishop to go. And we see on the board already h4 has been played. So this bishop is a little bit awkwardly placed for now, and black needs to spend some time keeping it alive, right? Eventually white will get this very nice, by pushing h5, will get this very nice spatial advantage on the king side, but nothing major, right? Black's position is very solid, and what are your feelings about this this opening? And
I think this opening is really a big surprise for me, because Lei Tingjie, when she plays black, I think Caro-Kann is one of her big openings. Maybe she played a lot of e4, e5 with black when opponents played e4, but the second opening for her is Caro-Kann.
For Lei?
For Lei, yes. I think, yes. And she wins, for example, I remember she wins fan first Jordan in Tata Steel B, I think. I don't remember in 2018 or 2019, some years like that, with Caro-Kann. So
she knows a thing or two in Caro-Kann anyway, right?
Yes, and when she plays white, with some e4 and her opponents played c6. I remember she played e4, c6, d4, d5 with e5 in the third move, and knight c3, knight d2 is also played, and even some e takes d5 is also played. So I think she knows a lot in Caro-Kann, but this is out of preparation in this game.
And she knows it from the black side. From white side is a little bit different. But actually, I would argue that if you play an opening on let's say, in this example, on the black side, you kind of know what you didn't like to be played against when you were facing, which lines you didn't like to be facing with. Okay, so this is a very exciting start of the second half, and maybe, you know, I would even take in your analogy of hot pot, you know, it's a spicy start for the match, right, for the second half. And I'm actually curious, we see the board, after knight f3 has been played by Lei Tingjie, and Ju Wenjun is thinking now, which is kind of a bit surprising to me, because she was the one to deliver this big surprise, but Lei Tingjie is still playing very fastly. So this is something to keep in mind. And look at Lei; she is, you know, we as chess players as a class, we have this interesting tendency when we try to remember something. We kind of look at the ceiling, right? And I think that's what we saw Lei Tingjie doing now. And you know, when I was young, I also had this. So basically, what young people players do, they see somebody do something and we copy, right? When we
Yes.
do it, we do it the same. So I remember I was like doing this at some point. I was maybe 6 or 7 years old, you know, and I was trying to copy somebody, and then I would look at the ceiling, and my coach would always, he would like go, "What are you seeing there?" You know, like
Yes.
And this kind of taught me not to do that too often. Anyway, this is a small anecdote. What are the plans here? How should black react? After knight f3 is a main move.
Yes, and here
is one of the main moves, at least.
yes, and here I think for black to play knight d7 or e6 is totally different openings in this line. And knight d7 I think is a much gentle move, because after like h5, bishop h7, and bishop d3, and I think a lot of players who just start to learn chess, maybe they will see this line, and the teacher maybe tell them you can play this with black or white, because it's very gentle and very famous, and I think it's an old line.
This
Yes.
this line, it has been played a massive amount of times.
Yes.
This position occurred in more than almost 14,000 games in my database. So it's a
Yes.
very, very, very well-known line.
And if you want to play much modern and more modern and more active, maybe you can try not to play knight d7. Instead of knight d7, play e6. And
What is the big difference if we go the same way? For instance, if can we
Yes.
go h5 and bishop d3, or
yes, this is one of the main line. And after exchange some c5 or maybe I remember c5 is one of the biggest main line here, and this is the big difference between knight d7 and e6. You have some c5, knight c6.
This is a very, very important point. Yes.
And but for e6, white has one more choice here, is to play knight e5.
And I think this is exactly what we are having on the table.
Yes.
So e6 has been played by Ju Wenjun. Knight e5 and bishop h7 are on the board.
Yes, and I think my memorize of this line is again in the very early years. Maybe Wei Yi play white against Anish Giri. Maybe we can find this game later. And after bishop d3, here is a trap for black. You cannot take on d4, and white can play knight f7. And yet,
If king f7,
we have bishop g6.
beautiful, giving a check and hitting the queen, thus black loses the queen. Due to this nice. And if intermediately to take the bishop on d3.
Yes, bishop d3, and we just take on h8, and you have to play queen e5. This is the only move.
Which the queen is pinned, the bishop is pinned, right?
Yes. And of course, I don't remember bishop b4, but it seems
Maybe even
c3 is
yes.
just easily winning for white. And after queen e5, bishop e3, and for example, we just play bishop h7, I can play h5, and then knight g6, I win.
I would even say you have this, maybe you have even
Oh, I like this move, yes, I really like this move.
Getting out with the, I'm not sure if it's good, but it's at least nice to get the bishop, the knight out, and we are in exchange up in the endgame, which should really be an easily winning position for white.
Yes.
So as you can see, the bar also agrees with us. So this is, of course, nobody is going to fall into this trap, right?
Yes. So bishop d3 on the ninth move, and here I remember bishop d3, you can exchange, queen d3, knight d7. This is the main line. And f4, this is the difference between if you play knight d7 on the 7th move, I cannot play knight e5 here. If you play...
Right, so as we can see, each move has its own benefits, but it has also the drawbacks against which the opponent can play, right? And
yes.
And this is a very old line, right?
Yes,
Garry
very.
Kasparov played it a lot, Vishy Anand played it, and many top players have employed this both as white and as black,
yes.
right? So this is a very topical position, and Ju Wenjun is taking her time after bishop d3, as it seems. Does it feel to you that her home preparation did not go as expected in terms of surprise factor? Was she expecting Lei Tingjie to be more surprised and to spend more time here?
I think for Ju Wenjun, if she played the Caracal, I think she must know this line. But you know, if we goes here f4, black needs to remember some line like bishop e7, bishop h4, and white will give up this pawn to a very sharp position. Maybe she needs to memorize it now, because
to make sure, yes, she remembers. Because again, for her, if she has never played it, and we'll check it, has she really never played this move? Then it's all of this stuff is quite new, and she had to study it in mid-tournament, right?
Yes.
So, this is not a trivial task for the world champion, even for the world champion. And you can see the whole posture by Lei Tingjie says that she is digging up in her memory what are the lines, right? She's looking. Often when the player looks away from the board, you can tell that she or he are trying to remember the notes, the analysis.
And actually, I think Lei Tingjie played this line with black some years ago. So at least she knows this line, and just needs to. Oh, but she played the queen e2.
She played instead of f4. She
yes.
played queen e2.
And now it's.
This is interesting already.
Yes.
So f4 is by far the main move, followed by bishop f4 is also a move, but get this, queen e2 has been played quite a few times. And for instance, in 2021, it was played by Yadli Pomyashi against Bartosz Sochko in a rapid tournament, where white played queen e2, and after knight f6, he went on to develop the bishop to d2,
and
c5, knight takes d5, knight takes knight,
d7.
queen takes knight. He took the pawn on c5, bishop takes c5, long castle. Queen a4, he sacrificed the pawn with bishop c3.
Wow.
I think the point is that black castled here. I think that if you take the pawn, you might find yourself in trouble after the check on b5, right? Is that the problem? The problem is that you cannot cover from the check because the knight will be hit on d7, and if the king goes to either f8 or e7, we take the bishop with the check, and this is game over. So bishop c3 was played in that game, and after a short castle, White took the knight. There is a very important queen f4 check,
Yes.
not allowing the ruining of the king side position. But after knight right, but king b1, queen takes f6. But after knight h5, I really like black's position, white's position, sorry, because especially here, Nepo played queen e5, and there is a very nice pressure against forcing black to put the pawns on f6, weakening the king. I really like this position for black, for white. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. This was interesting. An interesting game that happened on the highest level. And the main move for black here is actually to play knight f6. And another interesting game was, so basically queen e2 is it seems to be the main idea for white, is to play bishop d2, go along castle, and somehow and then launch. So launch an attack against the king.
Yes.
And we always, as chess fans, we always love to see those opposite castling games, right? Where both sides attack on the different sides of the board, because this gives us very sharp games often.
Yes, I'd like to say, Alik, as we see Lei's first 3 white games, she plays some moves that not the most famous line in the opening, and I thought she has really big knowledge of these not very famous lines, and maybe we can say the third game she played white, she is in danger, and Ju Wenjun is better. But actually, in the opening, she wins 30 minutes, and she played some bishop f4, very bad moves, as she said it in the interview. She is not very in style of playing some bishop f4,
Yes.
not her time. But I think her knowledge of these positions are very shocked me.
Yeah, absolutely agree. She has been showing a very deep knowledge and understanding of
Yes.
those positions, and that shows that she did not waste her time preparing for this match at all, right?
Yes.
So, and here, even here, we see the world champion surprises her with this completely unexpected Caro-Kann defense. But Lei Tingjie is the one again leading on the clock. She has more than 1.5 hours remaining, as she started with 1.5 hours. So she has more time on her clock than she started with. And Ju Wenjun, who did make the first surprise, is a burning time.
Yes.
And if you are not really familiar with this opening, to face something like, to face this queen e2, which is, so you probably have studied all the main lines, right?
Yes.
But now you are facing some sort of a sideline, not by far not the main, it's not the first move and not even the second most popular move. And your opponent has blitzed it out, so you kind of, what do you feel in this position?
I will feeling very bad. Just to imagine, I have no experience in that big match. But for example, if I play in an important game, and my opponent is a very strong player, and he or she knows a lot of opening knowledge, and then I play a move to. I play an opening I never played it before, and then she played some moves I never seen. Maybe I know nothing about this position.
Yes.
No, and seems like she is still in the opening. Yes, I will be very confused and nervous.
Yeah, I echo that totally, because not a pleasant feeling to be in, not a pleasant situation to be in, and but it has to be said, if anyone can find her way through
Yes.
that, it's the world champion Ju Wenjun, right?
Yes.
She has shown time and again, even in this match,
Yes.
having to face some surprises in the opening. She does take her time, often a lot of time, right? She can go for half an hour more to get the feeling, to understand, to get really deep into this position. But then she starts, when she understands, she gets the grasp, she grasps the position, then she starts playing fast and strong.
Yes.
So this has been the feeling so far in the match. And
that's makes me remember again when Ju Wenjun plays against Lucknow in the World Cup, the fourth game of the finals, and the score is like Ju Wenjun is 1-2, and she must win the black pieces in the last game of classical games, and she played e4 c5 knight f3 knight c6. This I think not her opening
at all.
At all, yes. And Lucknow plays some bishop b5, and Ju Wenjun seems like she doesn't know anything about the opening, but she continues to play with herself without opening. I just play my chess, and then she wins the game.
Yes. Really, Ju Wenjun is an amazing player, and as we said, she can do lots. Whatever you throw at her way, she finds the solutions, and it's amazing to see. But before we delve further, let's take a short look at what the game 6, the last game of Shanghai's match, part of the match, was. Just a short reminder, a very short video. Let's see.
国际棋联女子世界锦标赛对抗赛第6轮的比赛现场。Welcome to the round 6 of FIDE Women World Championship match.
Game 6 ended in a draw after Lei Tingjie managed to equalize the game very confidently, and we are ending the first half of the tournament, of the match, with the challenger leading by 1 point before the exciting second half in Chongqing.
双方握手言和了。那么在上半程上海的比赛就告一段落了。
总的来说就是不是特别理想，因为对我来说，我觉得可能现在毕竟也在落后嘛。前面6盘棋下完以后，就是我关注的更多的是棋上的东西。那棋上的东西，我会觉得下了6盘棋我能学到很多东西，这对于我来说就足够了。
好了，我们重新结束。
And welcome back. We are now looking to the games.
Yes, and Ju Wenjun is still thinking after this. And you know, I checked a little bit while we were we were watching the recap. Ju Wenjun played 7 different moves here in this position. After 1 e4, none of them was c6.
Yes.
Never. So This is actually very amazing that Lei Tingjie is so well prepared
Yes.
in this line because when you switch to e4, which is not your main weapon, you really are not expecting. Well, you cannot expect everything, but somehow she did, and this is extremely impressive. Let's try to figure out. Let's look at the position and. Let's try to figure out what is going on here.
Yes, so Alik, I think Queen E2 is out of our opening books after this move played. So what will you think about Black's plan after Queen E2?
Yeah, so as a Black, I would try to understand first of all. Okay, so obviously my normal moves would be to either play knight f6 and bishop e7. I would check and see whether I can even maybe play c5 immediately to calculate some lines, because you know you need to be really careful in all those kinds of lines, because the king is a bit stuck in is very stuck in the middle of the game, in the middle of the board, which invites all kinds of unpleasant sacrifices along on either g6 or f7. So you need to be very alert for those kinds of things. Or for instance, for jumps like knight f5, it doesn't do much, but you have to be ready for it. For instance, if you are just a thought, if you are careless for a second, so after the bishop d6, okay, maybe this doesn't work, but just to illustrate, right? The knight cannot be taken because of this thematic. It's beautiful, but it's well-known idea that we make a discover check, attacking the queen in the same time, and the queen, you cannot both protect the king and take the queen out of the attack at the same time, because queen e7 is still covered by the knight. So in this particular moment, it is impossible, because Black has this intermezzo take on e5, and then the knight can be captured. But this is something you have to take into consideration a lot. And again, if you haven't studied this position whatever, as far as you know, right? This could be a trap, and this move can be losing, right? So for some reason, so you need to start thinking about it. And if I'm not mistaken, the final match between Deep Blue and Garry Kasparov.
That's what I want to say it when you're talking about it, because Deep Blue plays some knight f7 moves.
Exactly. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was very similar. It was I think it was Caro-Kann defense, right? Or
yes, Caro-Kann defense. But maybe White has a bishop on c4, and maybe Black has bishop on f5, or I'm not sure, on h7.
Right,
somewhere.
exactly. So the position was different. We will not show it right now here, but the point was that back then it was the naive days where we still were fighting against computers, and it was thought, until that match, it was thought that it was believed that the computer cannot beat a human. Actually, I grew up knowing that the general atmosphere was that, like, the computer can maybe be decent, but it will never beat the human, because there are so many possibilities in chess. And the first time this theory was questioned was this match again, where Deep Blue beat Garry Kasparov, the world champion, and by far the strongest player on the planet. But it took a supercomputer in the size of a whole room to do that. Which was built by IBM with infinite resources. And why we're mentioning this, because it was still then it was believed that the computer, okay, they can calculate, but they need to see the precise calculation. And it was the first time that and Kasparov did not believe that the computer would make
Yes.
this sacrifice, which was a very positional sacrifice.
Yeah,
There was
very
nothing
positional.
immediate in it, right? And back then it was like a bomb exploding in the chess world in general, because it was the computer started showing something that we were not ready for.
Yes, and I think if the game is not Deep Blue play against the Kasparov, it's some players, and I think he will never try to think about the sacrifice. First, it's very positional. Second, it seems Kasparov thinks it's nothing. So why
You believe him?
Yes.
So you believe him? Yeah, you can. Very interesting, but I have to say we have another surprise by Lei Tingjie.
Yes.
And instead of going bishop d2 and long castle, she decides to go for short castle. What does this tell you?
First, I want to say Lei Tingjie respond the position very quickly. After Ju played the knight gf6, she just responded in 10 seconds, I think. So it's still in her opening. And I saw on your computer seems the short
This
castle.
seems to be a novelty indeed.
Yes.
And this is very interesting.
Yes.
And Ju Wenjun played
Sure.
both players, it has to be said, they are playing pretty fast now.
Yes.
Bishop e7 was met with, if I'm not mistaken, rook to d1,
Wow.
which is not, to me, it's not entirely automatic to place the rook here, because I would think that I want to maybe put the rooks
Yes.
on e1 and d1, so I would like to keep the square on d1 for the other rook, right? And for instance, this would make a lot of sense to me, because first of all, I'm threatening knight takes f7
Yes.
maybe, right? For instance, if black just falls asleep, then this is probably a very strong sacrifice, right?
Yes.
Then the knight jumps to f5, or all kinds of trouble awaiting black here with the
Yes.
king stuck in the center. So, and
And for example, if you play rook e1, if black play castling, I'm not sure there is I'm not calculated, but maybe white can play knight g6 or knight f5. I'm not sure. Maybe none of them.
Yes, this is also very tricky. So, for instance, if you play the bar,
Yes, but
is not liking, probably because of rook
yes.
f7. But as you said, maybe knight f5 might be an unpleasant move. And here the idea was to take on d7.
Yeah,
but yes,
yes.
there is a very concrete
yes.
problem with the rook, with the hanging rook on e1. You cannot take on d7 because of this intermediate check, and then black is just a rook up.
Yes. Yes, but I mean for rook e1, if we don't calculate it, I just for first side I think yes, you have a lot of moves to make sense.
Makes a lot of sense to place the rook on e1, and then the other one after some, for instance, bishop d2, to place it on d2. I wonder what is behind. And again, Lei Tingjie played it extremely fast, and
it's sure that it's still in her preparation.
Probably. I would say that her main idea is probably not to allow knight takes e5, because first of all, let's see why it doesn't allow, right? So first, if we take on e5, then d takes e5, we have a covered attack against the rook and the knight. The knight cannot go to a place where it would love to be because of this pin hitting the knight, and the knight cannot move because it is pinned. And if you are to play such a move, I think maybe a move like
Queen
G4 is asking some unpleasant questions, right? Because you cannot castle now because of this annoying pin
Checkmate.
along the G file.
And also G6 is not possible here, I think.
G6 is also very tricky, right? Because you run into all kinds of H5, and you cannot castle because of bishop takes H6, right?
Yes.
And the weakening of all those squares. So normally black plays something like King F8 in these kinds of positions, but I'm not sure black is really loving this.
Yes.
So I would say that maybe this is the main idea, not to allow you to take on E5. But what happens if we just castle? Is this a valid approach?
Yes, because I see the live board, Lei Tingjie played the C4, so
so
yes, this
the
is
castle, it was already castled, and she immediately plays C4. Wow, she is still in her book. Now this is some amazing in-depth preparation.
Yes. So it means Lei really prepared a lot, because this is the line I think I will. I will check the Italian Berlin and some Queen's Gambit, a lot of things, and after a lot of work, I will check this line.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So even if I haven't enough time, I just put it away. I focused on some Berlin and Italian defense.
But you know, this is a very clever approach by Team Lei. So if they switch to E4, right, it makes a lot of sense not to go for those most topical lines where there's a lot of theory, a lot of things you need to memorize, but you take the second, third choice.
Yes.
Where there is less to know, less you analyze it, you make sure you know the ideas, and you also know that this will probably surprise your opponents, right? So
yes, because anyway, the first move is a surprise to the opponent.
Yes.
Yes.
And we could see the world champion, Ju Wenjun, taking a glance at her clock. She's, again, she has half an hour less than her opponent. She spent half an hour more on the first 14 moves.
Yes, but this time I think the half an hour is much more serious than the games before, because the position is unbalanced, and maybe some games before the position is maybe Ju Wenjun knows the idea of the position, or maybe she plays white. She has some reason that she can behind half an hour, but this position seems not very good news for her now.
Yeah, this makes this is a great point. In those positions, she might have been behind, but she knew those positions so well that
she can hold it.
Right. Here, on the other hand, it's a position that's quite new to her, at least from what we see, right? It doesn't seem that she has a lot of experience in such positions. So, and let's talk about the situation in the match, because it has to cross her mind that if she loses today,
yes,
she's in a big trouble, right? Minus 2 points, two losses behind is a lot of ground to cover in 5 games.
Yes, it's really hard.
So a tough spot for the world champion. It has to be said though that the position itself, there is nothing wrong with it.
Yes.
Right. So we can maybe speak a bit about this position in general. So white enjoys a very nice space advantage here. As we can see, this all black pieces are positioned on the first three lines, whereas white has 4, even 5 lines for her pieces, so it's much easier to play with white. On the other hand, what black is claiming is that she has no weaknesses.
Yes, very solid position.
A very solid position, and oftentimes much later in the game. So a move like c4, although it dominates a lot of squares now, but as we have mentioned many times before, the pawns never move back, right? So once played c4, this pawn on d4 can and might become a target for black's attack, right? For instance, if we exchange a couple of pieces, and then imagine the rooks go and double on the d square, then white will have a sort of an isolated pawn on d4, which will require constant attention.
If black managed to change all the knight and bishops just to keep the rook and the queen, I think it's better for
Let's
black.
just imagine. So this is a bad move because white can take with the pawn, but we want to show what happens if, for instance, all the pieces are exchanged somehow. Okay, so all the minor pieces. So for instance, we go here, and then somehow let's just exchange the pieces, right? We don't really make moves that make a lot of sense, but we are going here, and you can see how the bar jumped from an advantage white to advantage black, because here it is only black who can win, who can play for a win, because it will go like that. So black will double along the d file, right? So you will need to somehow have all your pieces on the d file to protect this pawn, and then eventually black will try to break through with either c5, e5. If it's not enough, while all your white pieces are tied to protecting the d pawn, we can start maybe pushing from on the other side to kind of make your defense wonder where the strike will come, right? So this is the dream for black.
Yes.
Not so easy to achieve, though, right?
Really not easy, because as you said, rook d1, this move is stopping knight e5. And if you cannot play knight e5, other pieces changed, I think cannot start.
Absolutely, and I used to play for a short while. I used to play similar positions as black, but not via Caro-Kann, but from a Scandinavian defense.
Yes.
And then you really are craving for space, right? Sometimes you feel like you're suffocating a little bit, and you want to breathe. Sometimes you want to make moves like b5 just to get this square for yourselves.
Even sacrifice a pawn on b5.
Yes, but oftentimes, more often than not, they don't work. Oftentimes, it's important. For instance, an important plan for black would be to exchange the dark square bishop. In general, the more pieces you can exchange, the better your position is when you have you don't have space for your pieces, right? As you said in this comparison between 10 people in a room, in one big room, or in a bathroom, right?
Yes, yes.
So here, white, for those reasons, white does have the advantage, and black played queen a5, which is a natural move in these positions, because you want to make some room for the rooks, and then that's the constant struggle for black. You constantly are trying to find ways for your pieces to where you place them, right?
Yes.
So my first reaction would be to play bishop d2, but I don't think it's a good idea, right?
Yes.
Because black would probably be happy to exchange unless we are blundering something, and the bar moving upwards suggests that we blunder something. I don't see that.
Yes, I also do not see.
Or maybe it doesn't blunder, maybe just it doesn't like the bishop on b4 so much.
Yes.
But at least for the first time in the game, Lei Tingjie is thinking, and this is You know, whenever we see her think in an opening, it's almost a miracle by this time. So very interesting development so far. Let's try to think with her. So, you know, when I see a move like Queen A5, the first idea that comes to mind is that it weakens the bishop, right? Can we perhaps use it somehow for some tactics?
Yes, we have. I'm really wonder if I can have some d5 or knight d7, d5 or knight f5. I'm considering these three moves.
Okay, so let's see. Well, knight f5 is also very interesting because the point is that again we want to take here, and if we manage to get this position, I think we are quite happy with white, right? Because these double pawns are virtually giving us an extra pawn on the queen side. Well, we have an extra pawn on the queen side, whereas the king side the pawns on the king side are not really running anywhere. Okay, so this is an interesting idea, knight f5, and
but I think maybe black will play e takes f5, knight d7, and rook f e8.
Ah, this is more to the point, right? And this.
Yes, because I cannot play knight f6. For example, if I take, I have to play queen h5 to.
Because there are a couple of problems in this position here.
And if I play queen h5, I think I just lost immediately.
Check.
Yes.
And how do you finish off here? Or
maybe I queen f2, bishop.
Queen f2 or bishop d4. Yes. It's really looks like game over.
Yes.
Okay, so this might be the problem, but as you said, white has other options, right? We can try. I like this idea of yours.
Yes.
How about this?
Actually, I think this line need to be worth to be calculated.
Absolutely. So because it really is a very forced.
Yes.
And B, how do you defend?
Yes, it's hard to defend. For example, let's say bishop h4. I think maybe
bishop h4. You don't even take.
No, I need to think about. I take which pawn here.
Ah, you were considering to take here. I was actually even a move like. Just an idea. Queen g4 and bishop takes h6, for instance, right? Is also an option, or some combination of them, and it's so much in Lei Tingjie's style to play this position, right?
Yes.
So, for instance, just giving you an idea, like if you take, I take here, attacking.
But maybe bishop.
Attacking checkmate. But bishop e5, and it seems that black is able to both save the bishop and defend. So maybe this is a bit over-optimistic, but as you said, d takes c6, the simple move.
Yes.
Hitting this knight.
And I think knight c5 is the only move.
Is almost only move, because otherwise we would keep taking the pawns.
Yes. And knight c5.
I think there are so many moves. Even b4 is a move that crosses a mind, or maybe maybe bishop b2 and b4, bishop d2 and b4.
Yes, first, if I play black to this position, I just want to stop thinking about this line.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
But for white here, I haven't seen a very good line to make sense.
Okay, so this seems to be very dangerous for black, but can we? So probably not supposed to take the pawn, but how we defend?
Yes.
And
actually,
I would even consider pushing the pawn is also might be unpleasant, right? Because this pawn is so dominating. If, for instance, and maybe if we have, for instance, if we want to protect this pawn on e6, and white pushes something like d6. We don't want to give up this pawn for now, right?
But so if black cannot take on h4 after d6, I think it's very horrible for
exactly. If, for instance, if black is has to go back with the bishop, then we just keep. Or for instance, we have this. For instance, we have this sequence of moves, like hitting the queen, hitting the knight, and then like cementing this pawn on d6. It looks so horrible for black from a human perspective, and even the computer agrees with us that it should be. It is very bad for black. Yes. Okay, so this is a very surprising turn of events for the world champion. And you know, last game she had the white pieces, and she wanted to get the game into her kind of waters to test the challenger in a slightly worse position. Maybe it's a good time to see what happened in this endeavor. Hi, and welcome to the recap of Game 6 of the FIDE Women's World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. After yesterday's loss, Ju Wenjun tried to play very safe for long-term advantage and test her opponent defensive abilities in those slightly worse positions. But we can say that Lei Tingjie passed this exam with excellence. Let's jump into the action. So the first surprise came as soon as move 3, and when Ju Wenjun decided to deviate with a taken on d5, and the line that both players chose leads to a very long line, which ends up in an end game where white has a bishop pair, but black has slightly more developed pieces, and white is currently having some issues with her king, which is a little bit weakened, giving black a big counterplay needed. All in all, the position is very balanced. White might hope for some very slight advantage, and we were kind of thinking that Ju Wenjun is going for a very long game, trying to outplay her opponent in this endgame. However, Lei Tingjie played very confidently, very fast, and as soon as here the world champion started spending a lot of time on her clock, on the beginning with this move rook e1. The main ideas here is that white wants to exchange both rooks and exchange a knight for one of black's pieces, and then be left with the bishop pair, which would give her very good winning chances. However, it's not easily done, and Lei Tingjie played very confidently, very strongly, putting the rook on the c file, preventing any kind of options for white, for instance, to exchange the rooks, because then black manages to create a very strong counterplay against the weakened king. So the way Ju Wenjun went with bishop g5, she found an option to exchange one rook, but the other rook cannot be exchanged, and this is a very strong move, bishop d3, forcing the bishop either to retreat to d1 or to be exchanged, and thus getting rid of the only advantage in white's position, the bishop pair. Ju Wenjun decided to keep the bishops, but now black is getting a lot of space advantage. The pieces are very well placed, and Lei Tingjie played very confidently until the very end, until the equalization. Here a simple rook d7, using the fact that bishop, then if the bishop is taken, the bishop on d1 will be hanged. All in all, here we can already state that there is really no danger in black's position, and we can see a very important pattern here, that a knight and a pawn cover all the entrance pawns, squares, preventing the white king from entering the position. So the game continued a little bit, and now after g5, you could argue that it's even white who needs to be slightly careful, although it still, of course, is very drawish. Just an example of the dangers that could possibly be going on in this position is, for instance, had white played king c4, rook f5, threatening g4, and for instance, if knight d4, it would be a very big blunder, because after rook c5 check, rook d5, the knight is pinned. White needs to protect it with the rook on e4, but then f5 and king f6, the rook would be trapped. And look at this position. After knight b4, white is in Zugzwang. It cannot move any of she cannot move any of her pieces, because, for instance, if the knight goes back, there's checkmate on d3. So, but this is, of course, an anecdote. The players did not reach any of this. After exchanging the pawns, exchanging the rooks, they liquidated into an absolutely drawn endgame, and eventually they exchanged all the pawns, and here a draw was agreed. All in all, after the first half of the tournament, the challenger, Lei Tingjie, is leading by 1 point. She is playing very confidently, but we're still half a match ahead of us in Chongqing. The next 2 days will be days off for travel, and all the action will resume with Game 7, where when Lei Tingjie will be white in Chongqing. See you then.
Which of the two will fight to the end and become the new queen? Which of the two will resist the pressure and finally hold the trophy of the victory? Which of the two will inherit the glory of the East? Very soon the battle of wisdom is about to begin. A breathtaking confrontation across the chessboard is imminent.
那我觉得每一次对抗赛都是不同的。我的目标就是认真的去下好每一
Ju
盘棋。
Wenjun has a really strong heart. She will excel at seizing any opportunity. Her willpower will be released on the chessboard, determined to retain her title and stay at the
以
top.
前的比赛每一场棋其实都会是难忘的，但是我觉得在接下来的这场比赛将会是我职业生涯当中最难忘的一场比赛。
Lei Tingjie is the new challenger. She will fight for every inch of the board, eager to showcase her fresh energy and aspiration. Two strong players from the mysterious East, the best teammates and toughest opponents. On the stage of 64 white and black squares, they will demonstrate their best performance and unveil unlimited, exciting possibilities.
Hi guys, we are back. And we have some interesting developments show in the game. Lei Tingjie chose not to go for our knight takes d7 and d5 line. Instead, she is building her position.
Yes.
Her
Position
pressure
yes.
on black, so she goes for a slower, somewhat slower, not that concrete way of developing her initiative. She just keeps developing the pieces with the bishop. So she went to develop her bishop to f4. Black played rook d8, and now rook d3. What do you think of this move?
I think Lei Tingjie, first Queen A5 is a surprise for Lei Tingjie because she starts to think and think about like 12 minutes for it. But Bishop F4 and Rook D3 seems like her plan of preparation, because this after Bishop F4 I saw Rook D3 is played much quicker than.
Yes, I agreed. And Ju Wenjun takes on e5. As we again, the same pattern occurs again. She took a lot of time, half an hour in the opening, and now she found a plan. She decided how she wants her pieces set up, and then she plays very fast.
Yeah.
That's how grandmasters play. That's how great players play, and strong grandmasters play. She plans, of course, sometimes you have to change your plans according to what your opponent does, but now she seems to be content with what she's doing. How do you evaluate this position? Actually, the bar really likes this plan by black to exchange. As we can see, once she manages, and her main idea, and she knows that her main idea here is to take on e5, and then without those those knights, white's pressure is much less felt, right? Because the knight is so strong, so dominating on e5. Once you manage to exchange it and not allow your opponent to get too much with this, by taking the pawn, with the pawn, black would be fine. Yeah. Here, she couldn't do that yet because now the knight is kind of
nowhere to.
Right, you don't have this square for the knight to go, and white really has a lot of initiative going on the king side. For that reason, she first brought the rook to this file, to the d file, to protect this square is a very important square, and now the knight will be able, I believe, to jump, or maybe even first.
Yes.
We have this intermezzo because, as we said, black would love to.
But I have a trick for white. If you play rook d3, I'm not sure. I have two trips first. First, I'm not sure e takes f6 is possible or not.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Important intermezzo move.
But this is not what I really want, because I see a much interesting line. For example, I play queen d3, and I think normally you will go rook d8, and now e takes f6.
Oh, that was actually my idea, to go rook d8 first, but I completely blundered this. Wow. And this neither rook, neither the queen nor the rook can stop the pawn from queening. Well, we can stop by sacrificing a rook, and this is.
But
actually, we cannot even bail out with the rook because there is b4.
Wow.
And queen b6, c5, and the queen can no longer stay on this diagonal, meaning that the rook will be captured. And of course, this is game over. Wow, what a beautiful idea, Shu. So, rook d3, maybe it's not the move. And it is kind of it's something that black could count on, right?
Yes.
When you play rook d8, you kind of think, okay, I will take on e5, then I will take this, exchange the rooks, I will have this.
Yes.
Because I would love to, of course, I would love to have this played, right, to force you to go back, and then I would even claim that it is black who is actually better, right?
Yes.
Because
Your pawns are all hanging.
because the pawns are somewhat problematic, and if we play something like h5, then the knight suddenly starts jumping
Yes.
all over the place, right? And the rook cannot join the game because the queen is very well positioned here,
Yes.
basically forcing the rook to protect the pawn on a2.
And Alik, as your plan, bishop g5 is also possible here.
Bishop g5, yes, removing the defense from the pawn. So all in all, it would be black's game.
Yes.
But Ju Wenjun did play quite fast. She plays knight h7. What do you
Yes.
think of this move?
Mm,
This is very clever, actually.
yes, because rook d3, actually we are not. Maybe it's not possible to play rook h3 because I can play e takes f6. This is what the
Yes, what we you said that rook d3. There is another option.
Yes.
E takes f6, hitting the bishop and hitting the rook at the same time.
But why the bar said it's not winning for white?
Well, it finds this move.
Well,
So basically saying that here black is kind of holding the balance, but this is a very, very dangerous move to play because
Yes.
you need to consider all kinds of
Yes.
tactics. For instance, take here and take here, or even moves like knight h5 check, maybe protecting
yes,
the bishop
yes.
first, and then when the king goes, we just
take on the rook.
or maybe we even have some mating ideas. So a lot to calculate here, and Ju Wenjun decided that she does not want all of this.
Yes.
She played knight h7, hitting the pawn to begin with, right? So white needs to address that threat.
And this position, if I play white, I would really want my knight not on g3. Any square is good, and I can play g3. Just put it knight any square.
Absolutely.
And
The knight does prevent bishop pawn from going there.
yes,
And what are your feeling about this move?
h5 I really don't like it because black can play bishop g5, and the reason I don't like is not to exchange the bishop because it's the knight on h7 is very bad. If I control it, I can control it.
It was bad, right? But
Yes.
not anymore, right?
Yes, because after the exchange knight g5, then it just maybe better than
Exactly.
the g3 knight.
All of a sudden, the knight goes out, and the pawn that was controlling the knight on g5 is indeed it moved, and therefore the knight has this fantastic square. So
Yes.
we would really love to not touch this pawn, but can we? I'm not sure we can.
Yes.
Because we need to protect this pawn on g4, on h4, sorry. And our problem being is that we cannot just do that with the queen,
Yes.
because the rook on d3 is
Yes.
very unfortunately placed. Of course, now we would just lose the rook, and if we take on d8,
I think
then
rook
we just
d8.
give up this d square. Also, not something we love to do.
Yes, I think these moves maybe sometimes maybe make sense, but it's very risky.
Absolutely. So we really don't want to give up this d square, d5, sorry.
yeah.
And but then how do we manage here? So I would go back for 1 second. I would go
Yes.
back to
D5.
this very position, and I think that white
Yeah,
missed a golden opportunity to get a very nice, solid advantage.
I think there is something, maybe an interview after Ding and Nibbles match. There is a game like Ding can take on Nibbles' rook, and then seems like Nibble has some proper check.
Yes, yes.
And I remember Ding said something like, "I trust Nibbles' thinking, and maybe there's a purple check, so I don't make too much consider in this position." So maybe the same as Lei here. Maybe she thought knight d7, knight d7, d5. Ju Wenjun has spent a lot of time on this. Maybe she is satisfied with some, for example, c takes d5, c takes d5, bishop h4. This position maybe. Yes, actually, Ju Wenjun has to make some good calculate after this. So
Yeah.
Lei just
Maybe she trusted, although Lei
Yes.
Tingjie did spend 12 minutes here, so it would
Yes.
be. Well, I know what we will ask her in the press conference.
Yes.
What were her thoughts here after? Were she considering it at all? Because this is a very thematical move.
Yes,
B5
very.
is a break that you kind of expect to have and to calculate all the time. So it will be very interesting to see. But and now actually maybe rook d3. Coming to think of it, it might have been the move that allows black actually to take tactically to
Yes.
take on e5, because the rook is hanging this one move, not allowing us. Because for instance, let's say we just make a passing move, right?
Yes.
And now after knight takes e5,
takes
the
e5?
same line. So I think that now queen g4 is quite an annoying move.
Yes.
Because we hit the pawn on h6, and without losing the rook, it's different, right? So
Yes.
black can take, for instance, this a pawn, but this is so much different than taking a
Yes.
rook, because this is just winning for white.
And after queen g4 is played here, your knight on h7 is just locked.
Exactly. So we really want to keep the pawn on g4. Then we will have the leisure to move the knight, to bring the pawn to protect the pawn on h4, and then we can move back the queen, right?
Yes.
So this would be without the rook on d3. It would be a whole lot of different stories. So we only need to find a useful move for white here.
Yes.
Instead of rook d3.
Actually, if I play white here, I will go a3. This move, I think, Alik, because you play the Scandinavia, I think sometimes you play queen a5. a3 is always a response.
Is almost automatic, absolutely, because
Yes.
you want to make sure, first of all, that you don't need to keep the rook on a1. Right?
Yes.
Another point is that you sometimes want to push b4 and b5. This might be very tricky for black to handle. For instance, if let's just make a point, okay? So for instance, after b4, we put even more, we get even more space, right? And here, let's say we, okay, so this just loses, but where do you go
Yes.
with your queen, right? So
Maybe
you
easy.
kind of start struggling with the moves. And now, for instance, if the rook goes sometimes to b1 and we play b5,
Yes.
yeah, and we take with the rook on b5, and suddenly our central pawns are much stronger, and we can start putting some pressure along this file. If we force you to go to move your pawn, then suddenly this knight becomes extremely strong. So
Yes.
there's a lot of stuff going on after a3, which black needs to take care of, needs to worry about. But here, I would say that Lei did kind of miss. I think she missed this idea that
Yes.
the rook is hanging, and this pawn will need to move.
Now Lei really wants, she can play 2 moves now.
You know, there
Yes.
was one when we were young. There was a game we used to play. In the beginning, you're white and you can play 5 moves straight as white, but without making the checkmate, right?
Yeah, of course.
Not giving a checkmate, but you can develop 5 moves. But your opponent has the option to make 2 moves in a row anytime she or he chooses. And my impression from this game was like having the option to make 2 moves like beats the first 5 moves very easily, because those 2 moves, when you played anytime, you know, you have to suddenly take care of moves like before day 5, and then it's just game over. So 2 moves is extremely powerful in a row. Unfortunately for white, she does not have this option.
Yes.
But what to do here? I'm really not entirely sure how even white can respond here.
It's really a tough idea for white, because you know this position is unbalanced. It's not like some position if I don't play well. For example, the last game, Ju Wenjun plays white. She has a pair of bishops, but Lei Tingjie defend very well. Sometimes I even prefer black in this game.
Yes.
But it's really easy for white to make a draw. If I just I could not get something in this game, I just make a draw. But this position is not. If both players are fighting in this position, so if Lei could not manage to get a good plan in this position, maybe the position will just go to black's favor. So I think here white needs to play accurate.
I agree with you totally, because for instance, the more I look at this position, here I like black more and more, because white kind of overextended, right?
Yes.
So, and here, for instance, if we play h5, now black can take over the d file first, and only then after we start hunting, right? With bishop g5 or knight g5. And this rook, so you need to waste another tempo. Black is controlling the d file. Why even white should be better here? I don't understand.
Yes, because now black's queen and rook, even the knight, when after exchange the bishop, is better than white's pieces. It's just 10 moves ago, I think black's pieces are really bad, and then that we said black needs to make a lot of works to make her pieces better than white, but somehow only 10 moves passed by. Black seems to manage to make some pieces better, make this things come true. So I need here, I think white here needs to maybe even sacrifice the h4 pawn, but actually I think this is what Ju Wenjun wants Lei Tingjie to do.
Of course, she will love to have her chance at with the extra pawn, but maybe white can, you know what, get a little bit tricky. So we can move the rook, hitting this pawn on b7.
Yes.
And for instance, if you defend somehow, then after queen g4, I feel that we suddenly have a very good. Again, at least we managed to keep the genie in the bottle, right? So we keep, and we want also another point. We want this h5 square for our knight,
Yes.
right? To keep pressure on black's position.
And don't forget, Lei plays rook d3. It means the rook. Yes.
She wants it there. She doesn't want it exchange and leave alone blunder. So maybe rook b3 is the least of whites of evil for white, because now if you take, then at least we take the pawn on b7, and we ruin the black's pawn chain.
And anyway, rook on b7 is a good square.
Yes, the rook on the 7th is quite well placed. I agree.
This position will go really unbalanced.
Yeah, and I think I would take white here.
Yes.
To be honest. Yes.
Yes.
So let's consider our options for black after this.
After rook b3.
But there is another move which
Yes.
is interesting.
It's
Maybe
very worth consider.
for using the fact that white just gave up this d file.
And can I play bishop e3?
Yeah, then maybe we take with the rook.
But now you can play rook d7. You
This is
yes.
beautiful, right?
And,
so you protect them. So you hit both pawns, and it's problematic for white to keep them all. And actually, okay, yeah. So this doesn't work because
Yes.
because the queen is protected, and we can still, the pin doesn't work because the queen again is protected, and we can just take the rook on d4. But rook d7 is indeed a very clever move, protecting our pawn and hitting two of white pawns. So bishop e3 is not a move, and I think the more I look at it, the more I look at Lei's expression, it feels like she's not too happy with her position anymore.
Yes.
And another pattern we are watching here, which is similar to all the games so far, she starts catching up on the clock, right? So
Yes.
because Ju Wenjun is playing very fast, and she started, and Lei started thinking only 6 minutes difference, which is nothing in such a long time control.
And I want to say this is really, really similar as the third game Lei Tingjie play with white. Because the first mistake she made in the game is the same, bishop f4. Yes, and then rook d3 is just a quick move she made, but it's not good. Just as the third game, she made a queen c2. I remember she played very fast. Then knight e4 played by Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, exactly. And here, really, you make one careless move.
Yes.
And the whole scenery changes of the whole position can change from being very pleasant to, and this goes actually to show the dangers of this position for white, right? Because it seems that you're so like controlling here everything, but then one inaccuracy, and all of a sudden you find yourself fighting for equality.
Yes.
This is very tricky, and for this reason, actually, I liked playing it with black, the Scandinav, because you don't have, you know what they say about the secret to being happy in life is having low expectations. Right?
Yes.
So playing Scandinav or this kind of position, by definition, you have very low expectations. So.
Yes.
You kind of say, okay, I don't have much, I want to hold this, but all of a sudden it can become very tricky for white. And Lei Tingjie is thinking, and if we are to judge by the players' postures at the board, now Ju Wenjun does seem to be very confident and relaxed.
Yes.
very unlike in the first stage in the first half hour of the game. And on the contrary, Lei Tingjie is having some unpleasant thoughts, I would say,
Yes.
right? Okay, so rook b3 is at least something that I think can keep the balance, although still we have to address somehow what do we do after
Yes.
rook d4.
Actually, we haven't solved this problem.
Not yet. So I'm thinking that the only way to protect this bishop is to maybe play knight e4, because
Yes.
this way the queen can still keeps this pawn protected. And again, if you take, then I think we are still good with white. I like white here after rook takes b7.
But how about queen a6 after rook b7 here?
Oh, after rook
yeah.
b7, yes?
Yes.
So after I think, okay, the bar jumped.
Yes, because
Maybe knight d6, you are hitting, so we cannot defend here because
Yes.
we just lose the bishop.
and actually I haven't found white can.
And if we go somehow like to rook b4,
I'm not sure. Maybe bishop e7. It seems.
then bishop e7, and we have
Yeah.
we don't have c5 because everything is pinned somehow. right?
Yes.
Okay, let's think then. The rook b4 is not move. How can we? So we need to defend the rook somehow. Is knight c5 a move?
Knight
But
c5.
you will just take
I
here,
will
right?
take on c.
Okay, the bar didn't move, so we're probably in a good direction. Yeah, here I wanted to take on c4, but
Yes,
I'm
I
not
have.
sure what happens. Sorry, you take, and this
Take.
is a hit.
And the bishop
Maybe
e3
bishop
seems
e3,
to.
yes. Ah, and maybe this is getting. Maybe the rook
Yes.
is. Or
in
maybe
trouble.
not even that. Maybe just look at this position. So this is hanging,
Yes.
and
I don't want to say I play rook a8. It's very.
it seems strange. And although
Yes.
black has an extra pawn,
So
the
maybe.
computer gives white a whole pawn advantage
Yes.
for some reason. This is very interesting. It feels that white is okay at least,
Yes.
right? But if I need to calculate it, I would want to go a little bit farther to make sure.
Yes, because queen c6, queen a6 seems white
Queen
well.
a6 looks
yes.
looks tempting indeed.
Because you need to, if you want to play rook b3, you have to consider this line. This is all the moves are forced for white, I think.
Absolutely. So this is a key line here.
Yes, and actually bishop e3, I'm not sure bishop g5 is a move here.
Bishop g5. It looks like a move indeed. How do we play here for white? So, for instance, b3 does not work because you
Yes.
just take on e3 and
yes.
take on c5, right?
Yes.
How do maybe we have this
Yeah,
move
maybe
first.
this.
Yeah, hitting the rook and
then
moving the bishop and opening up the
Yeah.
bishop. So if you you don't have time to take because we take on
And capture the knight.
and yes, and we either hit the knight or the bishop, and being an exchange up, we will win the game. And
Yeah.
if you now move the rook somewhere, we just
Take on
take
a7.
on a7, and this pawn, I think now the
Yeah.
rook on a1 will be very powerful, supporting this pawn advance, and black can really do very little to stop the pawn.
Yes.
So I would argue that this is a very important line for white, but queen e6 is not forced.
Yes, queen e6 is not forced. Just a move. White needs to.
Exactly.
Yes.
As white, you must calculate it, because if not, then you just lost, right?
Yes.
So,
For black here, maybe.
and I think this is what Lei is calculating, right? So,
Yes.
But what if black just plays a normal move? Like bring the knight or exchange the bishop?
You can go something very, very crazy. I know maybe it's a very stupid move.
I will like crazy and stupid moves, you know.
Yes.
It makes the game interesting.
Okay, f5.
F5, okay.
Yes. And I think e takes f5, e takes f6 seems like the only move.
Really?
And
Because I was actually, my first reaction was to go for checkmate, but maybe it's bad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually, I haven't seen this move.
But this was just like, he weakened the 7th rank. Let's
Yes.
punish him. You know.
So I said f5 is a stupid move.
No, I'm not sure it's stupid, but somehow you need to solve it.
Yes.
And the bar says equality. How can this Swiss position be equal? It can be, well, in my understanding, it can be either winning for black or for white.
Yes.
How is this equal?
I really haven't seen how to equal the position.
So let's make sure. First of all, if you take, then it's
Queen
just
G6,
game over.
over,
Because
yes.
You cannot defend it.
Yes. And also ft takes e4, I think it's
If
the,
e4 is same here, right?
Can I play bishop f2 here? But you
Bishop
can.
f2?
I'm with a trap, but king h1.
If I take, then you get to me first, right?
I'm
Somehow?
not sure. Rook f4 or queen e5, which is better
I was
here?
actually thinking even queen d2, but
yes.
queen d2 is probably not enough.
Yes.
Queen e5 is very strong. So yeah, so here, for instance, we have this, and we managed to defend on g7, right? So
Yes. And I can have knight f8 to defend.
But wait, okay, so here I can just calmly go back.
Yes, and it's finished.
And it's game over again. But how does the machine say, but maybe this now, we start with this. Okay, the bar didn't move.
Yes,
The bar didn't move. So now if we take, then we go back to the same old line, which is good for black. But if we take with the knight, then we just take, and again we have this very important square on e5 for our queen.
Wow, but
what happens if we just go back? So you see, your f5 move is very funny.
Yes. Actually, okay. We just after we finish this line, I will tell you what I thought of another crazy line after f5.
But you have this, I think. No?
After queen g6?
No, I wanted to. Okay, sorry guys.
Oh,
I thought this is checkmate, but white goes back.
So this is why bishop f2. You have to play king h1. Because
if we had played king h2, which I thought is the same, but this is just probably losing to this.
Wow, this is
beautiful.
It's really beautiful.
Beautiful, and I think it's not totally irrelevant, because this is also something that Lei Tingjie needs to calculate.
Yes.
And I think we have a move. Yeah, she has played it.
Played knight e4.
She played knight e4.
Wow.
So she goes for
sacrifice
again. She sacrifices a pawn.
Yes, again, yes.
And
but I think this time is not as the past, because the past when she sacrificed the pawn, it's her due to sacrifice. But this time is maybe she feels uncomfortable and she has to do it.
Yes, I agree. So she says that I'm willing to give you this pawn, but to install the knight on d6.
Yes.
It would be a beautiful knight, the octopus knight
Yes.
of Gary Kasparov's only with reversed colors. So this knight would really is worth much more than pawn, right?
Yes.
Because it so limits all black
Yes.
pieces here.
And Alec, I want to show the F5.
Oh yeah,
yes.
yes, please do.
But I'm not sure it's good or not. So actually, we haven't solved the problem after King H1 here.
Yes, we haven't. We
This
got
position.
distracted by Lei's move.
Yes, because Rook E4, Queen G6. The first I saw this Rook E1, but I think King H2 is.
Ah yes.
Yes, it's just a winning for white. So I'm not sure. How about King H1 here?
So how do we defend? There is a very simple threat. Queen G6. Ah, Queen D8 maybe.
Queen D8.
Because
Yes.
is it a move? No.
Queen G6
Because
still.
Queen G6, and if you go here, then we mate, right?
It's mate, I think,
It's
because
inevitable
Rook
mate.
G7 is also mating.
And how the maybe Rook D7 here, just
Rook-
like that. No,
but,
it loses to Queen
yes.
G6.
Or maybe Rook D7 and Knight F2 is also winning. So
I have to understand. I really don't see how this is.
But Rook D1? Yes.
Ah, yes, Rook D1, and
But,
if King H2, then Queen H4
Yes,
mate.
it's mate.
And if we have to take, then there is the Queen comes from G1, yes. So the Queen is coming from here,
But
or maybe the Bishop check is here.
Bishop check. Ah, if you play King H3, you can play Queen G4, maybe.
And this is
Sorry, I'm
G4.
blundering.
Queen G4 is at least not not losing. Right?
Yes,
But,
it's not losing.
Apparently, Black has a win here.
Knight G5. I saw it. Knight G. Yes,
Ah,
Knight G.
beautiful.
Yes.
And if we take
Then Queen G4. Yes.
checkmate, this is a very sharp line.
Yes. I like this line.
But apparently, the computer says that
Yes.
White was just winning here by taking here. And now Queen G6 is a
Yes,
simple win for. So we're still not sure how Black is managing here. And the computer says, so this is the move.
Okay,
Don't
this
try it at home,
Yeah.
guys. It's very difficult. Yeah. We
Okay,
kind of, we give up.
yes. And what I want to say about this position
Yeah.
is
So
after
you started. Now explain yourself.
Yes, and I think E takes F6 is a very considered move, and I want to play as Queen F5. Maybe it's very stupid.
And yeah, the point is that you are hitting both pieces, right?
Yes. And for example, we play
Maybe
Rook
what happens if we take? Then you just go back.
King. Yes. And I haven't seen how you can improve for win. At least
Yes. So maybe we have some moves like that, but this is not so good, right?
yes.
It just goes to show you how much the players needs to calculate
Yes.
here. Yeah, there's like a ton of lines, and it's very understandable why Lei Tingjie did decide to go for this pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
And but a very important intermezzo, Rook takes D3
Yes.
by Black, because of course with this knight on D6, having only one rook is much better than having both rooks stuck behind the knight. What do you say about this position?
First,
Let's make it easier. Who do you prefer to play here?
it's not really easy. Yeah. I think I will prefer black here, because a pawn is a pawn, and let's consider this. Let's just consider this position. If black, for example, if just put a pawn for white on h3, it's still not the position that black cannot play. We just make an h3 an extra pawn for white. For me, queen b6, maybe rook d8. Sometimes I go bishop e7, and even I can put my knight back to g6. It's still not over for black. What I want to say is black still has a lot of moves to play, even with the eagle pawns on the board. So it's not easy for white to play a position with a pawn down, because black has too many moves. Rook d8. Now I have actually I have two threats for me, and if you, for example, just you play queen d2 to easily solve the problem, I can play rook d8. Sometimes bishop g5, bishop e7 is also a move, and knight f8, knight g6. I have too much moves to make, and I haven't seen white how can white improve the position. So this position I will go for black, because I have a pawn up and I know what I should do. For white, if she cannot manage to improve the position, the pawn, yes, you are down a pawn. If you cannot easily do something better, you will be in very big trouble. So I will prefer black.
Okay, so this is a very valid point.
Yes.
But for the argument's sake, I will then take the white side, and I will claim that with this bishop, with the knight on d6, although you have this plan that you told me, but if I'm, for instance, if I just do nothing, how will you be able, or you know what, I don't do nothing. I will start maybe pushing
on queen side. Maybe.
On the queen side, yeah. Somehow I want to. I just want trying to understand how I do that. But for instance, let's make it. Okay, it's black's move now. Let's say you play rook d8, for instance, and I push something like before. So I want to cement this knight with c5. Maybe you can play c5 by yourself. I'm not sure, because we have some issues with this.
Yes, because c5, for example, let's put it on the board, bishop e3, and I have to play queen b4. This is
actually we need to even consider something like this, right? Because is this not?
Maybe
you have rook d2 and bishop f2 check is very important, right?
Yes.
So we don't have this tactic going for us.
So, for example, bishop e3, and I have to play queen b4. This is the only move. And but after exchange the queen, you have bishop a7 or knight b7. I think the end game is not the position that white cannot play.
Yeah, I think even if anyone, then I think it's white playing for a win.
Yes, it's a white
being a pawn down, right? Because these pawns are weak.
Very weak.
Or knight b7, it has to be calculated. We cannot really say right now which is the way to go. But for instance, for this pawn can be extremely dangerous to defend against. So not so easy also for black. And let's imagine for a second that I am able to play c5.
Yes.
For instance. Then you have very good chances to somehow suffocate here with black, right?
Yes.
Because how do you deal with this knight? Not so clear.
Yes.
So maybe it all basically is in this position. It will all depend on whether white can play b4 and c5.
Yes, and
let's go to the game position.
And as we know from the past games, Lei Tingjie is a player who really good at sacrifice a pawn in these positions.
But she played queen e2, and actually I'm not very fond of this move because of what you saw. Because this looks like a very important plan for white. Maybe her plan is totally different. Yeah, maybe she wants to play on the king side. But you know, without this pawn on h4 restricting, covering this very important square on g5.
Yes.
I'm not sure it has a lot of venom. This attack on the king side.
So let's say it easily. For example, if I play queen d4 here.
Queen d4 is another move.
Yes, because
I haven't considered even.
Yes, you cannot play queen g4 because of two reasons. I have queen f2. This is the
first one is enough for me.
Yes, and the second one is bishop g5 is, or maybe g5 seems also promising for black.
With the pin along the fourth rank. How do we even continue here with white?
Yes. And Alik,
I have a feeling that the world champion is taking over a little bit.
Yes. From the action we see in the picture that Ju Wenjun seems feel some aggressive on the board.
Yes, it definitely seems that way.
And for my experience, Alik, I played some matches, and for example, I prepared well in the opening, and the opening is, for example, I need to sacrifice a pawn, and then we goes to a position like for example, I play white, I have a 0.7 or 0.8 advantage according to the engine. But after my opponent, of course, we are talking about my opponent is maybe around 2,600 or maybe more stronger, much stronger opponent. Then he just suffer maybe some moves. Then maybe I lost my mind on the board. Yes. I know I'm sacrificing a pawn, and I know the engine said I'm better because I prepared to this position, but I don't know my really plan after this, and some moves later maybe I'm just the player who needs to play for a draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, so I for this experience for myself, sometimes I don't like the position which I sacrificed a pawn.
You've become a materialist. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love material, of course, always. But nowadays we see more and more, and especially Lei in this match.
Yeah.
She employs this strategy quite a lot of sacrificing the pawn and having this long-term, not clear compensation for this pawn. So it's nothing new for her. But here, especially after this Queen e2 move, it feels like a little bit she is... so for instance, if we go in the same direction as we have, so maybe rook d8 now is D8. Problematic, right? Because queen g4 might be
still
an idea.
No, you have queen f2
still queen f2 is not an idea.
But maybe, I'm not sure, some knight f7, bishop h6, some sacrifice?
Yes, knight f7 is also a plan, right? Because if you take, then there is a queen h5 hitting the bishop on h4 again. Although we still, the game is not over after the recapture. Because first of all, there is g5, and second of all, rook d4 in many lines. We see that this rook, when Because black is controlling the d file, right?
Yes.
Black controls the only open file in this position, so it's so much easier to create a game when you are controlling the open file.
Yes.
So this is probably not something that white can do. But you know what? Maybe white can go. Maybe her idea is not to play b4. Maybe she wants to retreat with the bishop to e3 and then play c5. And for this, and if this is the plan, then maybe the queen on e2 is actually quite well positioned, right? Because we want to have the queen on to keep an eye on e5. Maybe Lei Tingjie's plan is to actually to transfer the bishop down. Eventually, if she needs to protect the pawn on e5, the bishop could go back to d4 afterwards, or something like that.
And another plan for queen on e2 is somehow I can play queen h5 and attacking on f7 and h4, or queen g4 is also a good plan.
Right. So this is maybe also a very valid strategy, especially if black doesn't do anything concrete. But queen d4 I really like for black here, I have to admit, because it kind of starts asking questions, right?
Yes.
What do you do? And we have a sorry. So queen e2, queen d4. How do we approach this position? Can we play maybe g3 and just grab that pawn on b7? Is this an option? So we want to defend the bishop by hitting also the dark square bishop of blacks.
Yes, actually, I had missed this g3 move. I just saw that after queen d4, white cannot make a good defense on e5, b2, f2, f4, these four squares.
Yes. Yeah, the queen looks extremely dominating here. But after g3, maybe, you know, rook d1 is coming, and then knight takes b7 is coming. So maybe it's not that that horrible for white.
Or even queen d4 is a bad move.
Or maybe even it's not the best move. Yes, but okay. Let's see how black. How can black proceed from here?
And Ju Wenjun said that we just don't need to discuss it now, because she played rook d8, which
she played rook d8, but we thought it was
it's a mistake, as we
was kind of yes, after bishop e3.
Yes, how to defend on queen h5 next move?
The problem is that if we, for instance, we want to prevent c5, then queen h5 is, as you said, is extremely strong. So this kind of a tactical shot. And what happens if we just go back?
First,
there is still queen h5.
Yes,
where do you go with your bishop, right? So
yes, this is what I confused.
This is still a big problem for black. Wow, is this a blunder by the world champion?
So bishop g.
Queen e7. It has to be said that there is knight f7, right? Or is there?
Or maybe g3.
Or simply g3 and if bishop sorry, bishop g5 f4, we win the bishop.
Yes, because
wow.
Or maybe you can play bishop f6, but
yes, this is a square we haven't considered.
Yes,
but the knight can just go back, no? Which has gone back, and
yes,
the bishop
knight e4
is trapped. And Lei Tingjie played bishop e3.
Wow, that's
what a turnaround! But wait a second. But that means that the black could not have moved the rook from f8. She probably should have just gone back with the bishop to e7, right? To make sure there are no tactics available.
I think rook d8 is really
So So rook d8 is a misstep by the
Yes.
world champion. And queen e2 turns out to be a very vicious move.
Yes.
And bishop e3 played by the challenger already on the board.
I want to say maybe
Can we
Ju
see
Wenjun.
the expression on look at Ju Wenjun's posture.
Yeah.
What goes
This is-
through your mind when you see that you blundered this idea and you see that? What do you think about?
I think Ju Wenjun seems blundered. I really want to say maybe she didn't see bishop e3. This what I want to explain about because if she saw bishop e3 queen h5, I think she will not go to play rook d8. Even
Yes.
a6 is better than rook d8. I want to say because bishop e3 queen h5. My rook on f8 is just protect on f7. And look at
the players. We saw a second ago. We saw Ju Wenjun. Lei Tingjie is extremely goal-oriented. The world champion is not happy with her position,
yes.
and really, what can she do?
I think she will have some regret about her last move, rook d8. The only explain about it, I think, is just she missed the bishop e3. It's also a move which can be missed. Actually, when we talk about the position, we also missed the move in like 10 seconds.
Yes. How do we even keep the balance here? So, if we go here, the bar doesn't say it's all of that winning for white, but
Yes.
honestly, I cannot see how this is. So maybe we have g6 intermezzo, and then the bishop will go back to e7.
Yes.
For instance, now if the queen moves,
yes.
we go here.
And now
I
white.
don't want to take a pawn on h6. I want to keep this
Yes.
knight so protected.
And now I think even
How do you play this with black? I can't see you hold this position.
yes, because if you play king g7, you must be careful with f5.
Yes, king is h7, f5. All of a sudden, it's like explosive attack for white. f6 is hanging, so you must address take the pawn somehow, and then, well, probably better with this one. But then there are other bad news coming your way, right?
Wow.
And we can take on f7.
Yes.
It's probably the best way to go. And this is like, look at the whole king side is going to be destroyed.
Yes.
And this is just, and it's all with checks, and
Yes.
and this is absolutely game over. Mating on next move. Wow.
And if you don't play king g7, maybe you have to play some.
If you play h5, for instance, then maybe we have g4
Yes.
breaking through, right? Look at this knight. It has no future whatsoever.
Yes.
And this one, and you know what's amazing to me in this position? That this knight on d6, it controls 3 pieces of black.
Yes.
The rook, the bishop, and the queen. So those, and go and then explain to a kid that a knight is worth 3 pawns.
Yes.
And this is 9, this is 5, and this is 3, right? So we
Yes.
have altogether 17 pawns controlled by 3. This is what we call domination. Wow. This would be amazing if it goes this way. And Ju Wenjun did play queen c7 because what else? You have nothing else to do. And the next sequence looks really forced to me.
Yes.
Queen h5.
This is the fourth.
F4.
Yes. And also, I think d6 is g6 is the fourth move. Yes, I think.
It looks kind of forced.
Yes. So maybe what should we talk about is this position. How can black to make her position still in the game? Maybe it's the question we should solve.
This is very, very difficult to see how.
Yes. Okay, for example, let's just talk about h5 here. Of course, g4 is not a move white must play, but let's just try it. I think h6.
I think it looks so overwhelmingly crushing for white, or at least you really have to. Exactly. You know what's most, to me, what strikes the most here is that white's game is so easy, right?
Yes.
Just move the king, bring the rook, double along the h file, and just straight go to the kill, right?
Yes.
It reminds me. You remember in the Ding and Nepo match.
Yes.
There was this in this game that you mentioned when Jan sacrificed the queen, the rook. Sorry,
yes.
but Ding did not take it. A few moves before that, Ding could have played some. There was a rook d3, transferring the rook to the h file.
Yes.
And black had a few moves to somehow try and defend, but he could do nothing about it. Right? Your moves are so simple. Go there, and double, and bam.
Yes.
And I have a very similar feeling about this position as well, because how do you even defend? The computer somehow says it's 0-0-0. It's total nonsense to me, really. I mean, I understand the computer is right, and I'm wrong here. But as a human, I'm looking at this as black. I think I will be happy if I manage to survive a few moves. So I'm thinking, again, knowing that this is drawish, I'm thinking that we have to go into some Sicilian-like style of defense, right? To bring the bishop here.
For example,
just try to regroup a little bit, right? Because this is how we normally hold this kind of positions, because the bishop covers those two squares, the knight covers those two squares. But again, we are talking about, this is not equal, right? This is just a matter of when white manages to break through, because you don't have a counterplay. You probably, again, knowing that the computer says it's drawish, not drawish, the computer says it's equal somehow.
Yes.
I'm totally surprised by this evaluation. Maybe he's it's in time to create counterplay, like with b6 and opening the position on the queen's side somehow. Probably that's the only way for black to go. But again, I would be so terrified with black here. But you know what's surprising to me? Lei Tingjie hasn't played her move yet. So she is taking a lot of time before playing queen h5. What is she considering?
Is there still some moves?
Well, queen g4 is another option, probably. But queen g4, I don't really see how it... Well, actually, you know, It has to be said that you can even play e5 here. You don't have to play queen h5.
Yes.
So c5 is a move that you can make in basically any spot.
Yes. And actually, I think after c5, even I just play c5 here, I will prefer white.
Absolutely. So, but it feels a bit better, right? To kind of force black to weaken, so
Yes.
we can have a much stronger and quicker attack on the queen side. It has to be said that that if black plays a bishop e7 here on
Yes.
bishop e3, I think black has c5, which is extremely important,
Yes.
right? So
And that-
not to allow this suffocating c5 domination.
And the point of bishop e7 is whatever you play, I will play c5.
Right, exactly. So this is the main point of this move, and without the support of the second pawn, the knight on d6 is so much more vulnerable. Right?
Yes.
So you can always have this f6 undermining the knight, or
even I take
the knight on d6. Without the protecting your pawn, it will be much less dangerous.
Yes.
So for that reason, rook d8 looks like a very serious misstep by the world champion. But Lei Tingjie is taking a lot of time here, deciding whether she needs to go to h5, whether she will still be able to play c5 and get this a huge forepost for her knight on d6. Maybe she probably goes much further than we did in our calculation.
Yes.
So she's probably way here in her calculations, trying to understand whether she wants to play g4 immediately, or maybe she can somehow make some prophylactic moves, right?
Yes.
For instance, if she were able, I think, to play a4, a5 in one
Yes.
go, yeah, just imagine that white manages to play
Wow.
a5. Now this is total, I think,
Yes.
game over, because black has no counterplay here,
Yes.
and white has all the play. This is a dream position, right?
I will say if she managed to play it to this position, maybe it will be in a lot of books
Yes,
in the future
absolutely.
years.
You know, her fifth game win was very Karpovian style win, like this slow improvement, this domination, this piece coordination. It had it all. And now again, we can see that she's willing to give up the pawn to get this beautiful compensation. And it has to be said, black, look at the analysis board. Black is a pawn up here. Can you feel this pawn at all? Not in the least. And queen h5 is on the board. So she did decide to go for this. I think the next sequence of moves will be quite fast, because black really doesn't have many moves to defend against, to protect the bishop and keeping the defense of ef7. You can really not give up this pawn, can you?
I think this pawn is. If I give up this pawn, it's same as I resign.
Yes, I agree. And I think here even by force
it's
it
winning.
happens like that. This is the key to black's position. You can never give up this pawn. You can argue that maybe you want to bail out, like to tempt white to take this pawn. Of course, white never treads, right? You don't exchange this
knight.
Trade this knight for just a pawn. I would even argue that, you know, just imagine a move like, for instance, what we saw here.
Yes.
And c5, let's say black plays a move like that. I would even argue you don't automatically take even the rook, right? Because you say, look at this beauty and look at this rook.
Why I have to take it?
Exactly. I will take at my leisure. Of course, taking the rook is also winning, but I think this is much more painful for black to,
Yes.
to play such a position. So, yeah.
And Ju Wenjun.
Ju Wenjun plays rook g5. I think she's not happy at all.
Yes, of course. I'm sure this is what the position. This is not the position she wants to play after rook d8.
Yes.
But all the moves are forced. So
I'm pretty sure she blundered that she does not have c5
Yes.
in this here. It looks like she blundered that she does not have
Yeah.
this option. And now white will.
So this is the position.
This is the position that we analyzed, and white will probably play a queen h3 and followed
c5.
followed by c5, a very very strong positional domination. And guys, I think this will be a good spot to take an interview with a very interesting person, Madame Tsefiso Lopang. She's the president of the African continent, of the African Continental Association, and she had some very interesting stories to tell about her way in chess from the very beginning. Let's take a look.
We are at the FIDE Women's World Championship match, and the president of the African Confederation, Tsefiso Lopang, is here with us. And you have an amazing story yourself. We see these brilliant players here every day, but your story is inspiring as well. So can you tell us first, how did you get into the chess world?
Okay, firstly, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers and FIDE for inviting me to this event, which is one of the best events in the chess world, and all the eyes are here. I really appreciate, you know, it's an honor to be here. Not everybody is here. And, you know, there are more women around this place, which is an amazing thing, of course. So my chess story is very simple.
I don't believe it.
Very simple. I started chess at junior school. You know, firstly, I saw in a newspaper one guy by the name of Ignatius Njovu. He's my brother now. We are a family. He went to Brazil, and this guy was at the back of the Daily News, which is our national newspaper. And then I said to myself, you know, one day I'll go abroad. I'm going to play this game. So when I went to junior school, Ignatius' father was the agriculture teacher there. And then I was doing agriculture. It was a compulsory subject. And I got hooked until to date. So it was, I think, more than 20 years ago. Yeah. So that is how I started chess. And then from there, during my school days, I was playing with the boys' team.
Boys' team in the school, yeah?
Yes. Boys' team, not girls' team. I was, you know, they are board 4. It's not that I was playing board 4 because I was a woman, it's because I was playing board 4 because I was strong. Stronger than some of them. So I was part of their first team. And then I moved to high school. It was the same thing. Even during the junior school days, I never played in the girls section. I was always playing with the boys, which was fun sometimes. You know, sometimes I will not feel well because, you know, some girls were winning prizes on the girls section, but my coach felt, no, go and play in the boys team, which was fun though.
So what do you think this experience gave you? Did it give you confidence and also prepared you for your duties that you're having now?
Absolutely. You know, the experience gave me confidence, because back in the days, it was not easy for the girl child to play with the boys. During our time, not during your time. So it was more like, okay, Tsepiso, here you are. You need to stick to where you are. So I had fun playing with the boys, of course. Yeah. So it gave me this confidence that I have today. So
what did you love the most as a kid? What was the thing about chess that so interested you that you just couldn't stop playing?
You know what I loved more about chess? Before you start like after school activities, you don't have to run 400 meters before you play the game. So that was the most important thing, and it was fun, because chess players never had a chance to, to run before after school activities. So we didn't have time to sweat before we played. Okay, fine, we could run, yes, but it was fun. Yeah. And the other thing is, chess was played in hotels. So we used to make fun of other kids to say, when you go play chess, you win money. Because with football during our high school days, there were no prize fund. But my first prize fund was, I think, $20 or so. And that was good.
You still remember it to this day, yeah?
Yes. Back then, because $2, okay, $1 was equivalent to 10 pula, our national currency. So my first prize was 200 pula, which was good.
Do you remember what you got for the prize? How did you spend it?
I bought pies because I was coming from a rural village, and I bought pies, and the first week I was selling pies at school.
So you turned it into a business?
Yes, that's what we used to do as girls. When we go to the city, we get there, we buy pies, we come back, we sell them to other students, because some of them didn't know what pies were. So it was good.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And now you're having this role that is very unique, because you're the first woman in this position in the African Confederation in chess. So tell me, how was the journey to this point?
The journey was amazing.
And really?
Yes, and I don't want to share this journey with the world yet, because a lot is coming, because it's a raw story. Yeah. Apart from that, it was really challenging. It was tough. At the same time, interesting. Because in the political world, they are friends, and then they are friends. They are friends, and then they are friends.
And then you have to deal with the friends.
And then you have to deal with the friends, because you never know what the next day brings. Because when you are doing the campaigns online and offline, it becomes a challenge. A lot will be said about you. And at some point, I remember writing on one of the WhatsApp groups to say, I wish my son will never have access to this message. Because some of them were really rough, But what to do?
So the journey was not always easy, but now, are you happy that you went through it? Are you hopeful for what all this experience can make happen in Africa, in the chess world?
Even now, people will think when you get this position, you just, it's an easy thing. It's still tough, because there's a lot going on the background. And sometimes you just say, but why did I throw myself into this? But deep down, I knew what I was going to face. It was not a mistake. And when I made that decision, I was alone, to say I'm going for this, but now I have to manage it. Mm-hmm. So one thing that I can tell you is that I have an amazing team, and the chess community, the African chess community, is giving me support. Mm-hmm. When I share some of the challenges, there's a way in which, they talk to me to say, but Tsepiso, what do you think about ABCD? You know, I'm not a sole leader, no. I don't dictate to my chess family. You know, when I have something, I let them know. You know, you never know. The solution might be sitting in the boardroom, not with me, because I have solution providers. So that is one thing that is amazing. You know, if you work as a team, you know, nothing is impossible.
Well, that sounds amazing that you have all the support system. And so tell us, what are the most important projects you are working on? Because this is what you went for, to make some amazing, incredible things happen. So what are the things you are working on?
Currently, we don't have any project, but let me take this opportunity to, you know, recognize the support from Anastasia Sorokina. You know, she's doing amazing work behind the scenes for women in chess in Africa. Whether it's events or coaching, you know, she's always there to say, you know what, darling, here is the chess, you know, Women in Chess Commission stream. Can we sit and discuss this online so that I see how best I can assist you in developing the women chess? Because today we are talking women. You know, this is a Women World Championship. I'm not going to cover the general like everything just chess,
bringing light to the ladies.
Yes, I'll focus more on women because, you know, we are having challenges in recruiting them and also in maintaining them, because once they are done at school, you know, they will leave chess, and then it's very difficult to call them back, because some will start families, you know, and some will be studying, and it's really a challenge to bring them back. I think if we can have a program that, you know, will be sustainable, that will be good. When you see another woman, call her in the game, let her be part of the community. Let us not discriminate them in a way, because, you know, it's really there, it exists. After playing, you don't care where Anna is, you don't look for Anna to call Anna back, but it will be important to give these other ladies roles when they finish playing. There are programs like Habitas training, coaching.
So to try and cover roles around chess.
Yes, very true.
So already there are some programs going on, or they are in the planning?
No, we don't have programs yet, but we have started. Like during tournaments, we invite women to be part of the Habitas like technical team. Some are invited as appeals so that they become part of the community. Because if we don't invite them, then who is going to? So that they can also, you know, be part of the community.
So this is the biggest challenge that you see now, yeah? The women, they have so much other things and they cannot put the full focus into chess.
Exactly, because we have few women leaders in the continent, very few. So whoever you see, you need to keep.
So now we are, as you mentioned, at the Women's World Championship match. We have obviously amazing women players all over the world, here in Asia especially, very strong. So what about some champions from Africa? What do you think exactly could happen that we also see? Maybe one day a girl from your continent.
I'll be honest with
here.
you. You know, I was with Dana following Lei. She was talking to herself saying, you know, chess is difficult. And I'm like, but this young lady is telling the truth. So in Africa, for us to have the next Leis, we need resources. We need to train them. Not just to train because, you know, you need a lot of time. I'll say that, I'll be honest, because we went to the Chinese school, like that training academy. They were telling us those kids were training 7 hours a day. So back home, as a mother, letting my kid go to a chess school for 7 hours and not studying, it will be a challenge. And to start with, I'll be thinking of the salary, then how much will my son earn at the end of the day? So we need to make parents aware that we need them in chess so that we can produce the next Grandmasters. We need to sell the game to the parents because they are decision makers when it comes to the careers of their kids. So if parents are not made aware, they are not brought to the game, it will be a challenge, of course. So we need more parents in our game for us to produce the next Grandmasters.
So if you were to imagine the vision in 5 or 10 years even, you said we need more time, let it be 10 years then, what are the very specific changes that you want to see implemented?
No, mine are limited, of course. Mine are limited. If you took in 5 years, I'm already running into the first year and my term is 4 years. So I'll see what I can do in the next 4 years. I'm not promising to produce a Grandmaster, but I'll do my best to ensure that we build capacity in terms of administration and players. And where there are opportunities, I'll look for opportunities for our players. It's players first.
All right.
Yeah.
And now, going back lastly to the players, what do you think makes them so special? Those two ladies are amazing. What do you think is so special about the two?
About them? Everything is so special about those ladies. They have amazing characters. They are different, of course. I'm not going to be aligned to anyone. I had an engagement with Lei, but not with Ju Wenjun. But because they are friends, of course, they know each other better. But they have their own secrets. So we're waiting for the secret to reveal. And they can show their emotions on the board. So they're really special women. I don't know much about them of chess, but when it comes to chess, they play interesting games. Yeah.
All right.
So I'm looking forward to an amazing event. There can only be one winner. So the universe is watching. So let's see what comes up. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that everything, or at least some part of it, what you're planning is going to be developing greatly in Africa.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Anna, for the engagement.
That was a fascinating story, life story by Madame Lopin. And the interview was taken, a small anecdote, we have to come clean. We made a mistake in our previous statement that Ju Wenjun has not yet played C6. Our press officer, Women International Master Anna Cantane, she found the game played last month in a Chinese championship, where Ju Wenjun did play the Caro-Kann on first move, and now it makes a bit more understandable that Team Lei did see this game, they were prepared for it. So at least this we have now covered, because it was extremely surprising how well she was prepared.
Yes, because this is the only one game in Ju Wenjun's career of classical games she played.
Absolutely. Thanks to Anna for for telling us about this mistake. But I have, I have another question for you. I'm a bit surprised by Lei's choice of playing Queen f3 here and not moving the queen to h3, because this allows Black the extra tempo, right, to play b6 and start counterplay.
And this is what Ju Wenjun do in the game.
Yes, and Lei played a g4, and I have to say the computer doesn't like it at all.
Yes. I think because Lei spent really a lot of time, seems like her plan for Queen f3, there's two reasons I can explain about her plan. First is she doesn't want Ju Wenjun to play h5, and g4 f5 is her final plan, I think, because it seems really really strong after f5. It's
you open up the f file, right, and you want to simply crush through black's defense.
Yes, and if black played h5, then if black has time to play h5 to stop you to play g4, then f5 is more difficult to play for white. So queen f3 is a move that, for example, let's say if white play queen f3, bishop e7, c5, and then if black played h5 to stop g4, I will say queen f3 is better than queen h3 anymore.
Yes.
I can play rook c1 to stop you play b6, or
yes, this is a very strong. The position, I agree. Yes, the queen is very well placed on f3.
yes. So after and Ju Wenjun respond as b6. Let's just talk about some variations later after b4, and let's see. Ju Wenjun played rook b8, and now Lei plays g4. Here, black has a choice here. If I play b5, h5, maybe white can play rook b1 to just stand on the b5.
You cannot play rook b8
yes.
because the queen on f3 hits
on c6.
the pawn.
And I think this is just wins for white,
Yeah,
the position.
It looks really overwhelming.
Yes, and Ju Wenjun here chose to play rook b8, which all the moves seems for black is some kind of forced. And then Lei has a time to play g4. This is why her plan to play queen f3 and g4. So her plan is totally different from us. I'm not sure.
But the computer doesn't like it, and it doesn't like it for the same reason that Ju Wenjun, for the move that Ju Wenjun has played, Queen a5, and according to the engine, black is up by almost a full pawn. Does it mean that white's attack is actually weakening her own king?
Yes.
So Ju Wenjun played Queen a5. This is the position on the board. You see the bar. The bar says it's black's advantage here. Let's try to understand why. So our first impression is let's go a breakthrough, and you see the computer bar is dropping even farther.
And what I want to think about is queen c3, then bishop g5.
Right, queen c3 looks strong. Rook f1,
and
if you play bishop g5 here,
yes, it seems
you're kind of forcing exchanges, right?
Yes.
We take,
and knight g5.
Knight takes a bishop. Black is still a pawn up. And if white starts targeting the weak a pawn, black is able to create counterplay along the fourth rank.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, the whole formation for white starts falling apart.
Yes, this is not the position Lei wants to play.
So as you can see, by having extended on the king side, we all of a sudden black gets a lot of counterplay with this with the pieces coming from the queen side, and we also have our king exposed, so this bishop can be overloaded many times. For instance, after f5, there are moves like knight g5 in many lines where suddenly the queen comes. Maybe even now, look at this, because if you take, I have check in between, and if you go back, I can take on e5, hitting the rook and the knight. So this is another option to take care of for white. Wow! So this extra move that Lei Tingjie gave black might prove to be a very important.
Yeah, very, very important. Here,
And we cannot take on c6, can we?
No, queen c6, queen c3. It's just the
Queen
easy.
c3 is a pin. It's a fork, winning
Yes.
a piece, because a rook cannot protect the bishop from e1, because this is also being covered by the black queen. I think the challenger blundered queen a5 because she thought the queen on f3 has forces black
Yes.
to keep the queen on c7. And look at Lei Tingjie's posture. She knows she has missed a very strong counterplay. And what to do now?
Now
We have to prevent the queen from coming to
Yes.
c3, right?
But now, you know, the position is, the fight is start. You cannot stop the position. For example, you can make a move that it's very close to a draw, and okay, just we exchange the queen and exchange the rook. Maybe I down a pawn, but I can still hold. You cannot do this. Now the only chance, the only thing you can do is to find a move to attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, so here it's a very, very difficult moment for Lei Tingjie, because as we can see the bar that we talk about some queen c3, some moves. Actually, the bar said queen c3 is not the best move. Maybe knight g5. I'm not sure which is the best, but seems like black has a lot of moves to defend.
Absolutely. So f5, and actually, you know, after queen a5, f5 kind of feels too dangerous to play.
Yes.
Once you see that the queen starts coming, even if this is the move black has to
Yes.
make, you kind of get the feeling that you are falling behind, right?
Yes.
And having the king on this diagonal really makes you wonder whether you can, you know, black can maybe just play that, and this is a threat with a check. And you know, I've been playing Sicilian all my life with both colors.
Yes.
And oftentimes when white is often attacking with those, when both kings castle short, white is launching these attacks, f4, g4, you know, in these Karpov-Kasparov matches in Scheveningen line. And this is how you lose with white, right? You overpush, and then black comes from the other flank, and it's all of a sudden it's game over in black's favor.
Yes.
And here you can see the same thing can happen again. Rook f1 played by Lei Tingjie makes a lot of sense, right? You move the rook away from all those potential threats. You enforce your idea of playing f5, so when it does land, when you do play f5, it will be strong.
And never forget, we can still have queen c6. This is and
queen c6 is a threat.
Yes.
But my question is, what happens if I just play a queen c3? Is there an... Well, I'm thinking maybe knight f4 might be an idea, but I don't want to move the knight from d6.
Yes.
What else can we play as white here? Is a move like that an idea here, or is it just suicide? Just a thought?
It seems like black can hold.
The computer says we can hold easily, but well, there are threats, right?
Yes.
So it's not it's something you have to calculate for sure. As black, I think maybe rook g8 is a move that loses on the spot.
Yes, I have f takes
because f takes g6, we cannot go here because rook queen f7, and we cannot. Anywhere we go, basically,
queen f7, yes,
is winning. This is checkmate, right?
Yes.
So okay, so rook g8 is a bad move.
Yes, I thought I will go
g5 maybe. or what did you want to do?
G5, I think Queen H5 is still gives white some attacking chances.
And they're going yes, or
Yes.
maybe even first something like F6 or E6, and then
Yes.
Queen H5.
Yeah.
Looks
So this
dangerous.
is a
Looks
move.
dangerous.
Yes.
And Ju Wenjun did play Queen C3.
Yes.
We have an exciting game today, and
Yes. So Alik, I find something interesting. Let's say I said it in the beginning of our of today. Chongqing is a city with the people in Chongqing is very hot and very passionate. They are they do everything like in fire.
Yes.
I cannot. Yes, and Shanghai is a city with fashion and humble, and the games looks like also.
it influences. You know, when I walk the streets here,
Yeah.
you can smell this. The hot pot is
Yeah.
everywhere, right?
Yes, everywhere.
The spicy smell is everywhere, and so it influences. You know, you might say the walls are even. You know, they have this energy of spiciness. And we couldn't hope for a better game for today,
Yes.
right? And from Ju Wenjun's perspective, it's an all-out game, right? It's kind of this game will decide if she has great chances to hold her
Yes.
title, or she's almost. If she loses today, she knows it's almost over for her.
Yes.
It's never over until it's over, but it will be very, very difficult for her to come back from -2. But if she wins this with black, it's a whole different story.
Yes.
Yes, she's in the driver's seat again, and she won with black, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
So this
And
is a
now she is 1 point down, but if she managed to win this with black, it turns like the score is equal, and she has one more white in the next 5 rounds.
this is also very important.
So this position, this game, well, decides a lot of things for both of the players. And look at this position. I really want to say this game well goes to white win or black win. It really doesn't look like it will ends as a draw. So let's come back to the game. Here, after Queen C3, what can white do here, Alik?
Okay, this is a great question.
Yes.
So let's start with the straightforward lines, right? We said that we don't like a move like F5 in the previous variation because black has all kinds of knight G5,
bishop G5.
at least.
Yes,
Yeah,
at least.
we have knight G5 or bishop G5, and we are not entirely happy with our position here.
Yes.
So if I'm white, I'm really reluctant to play a move like F5 right away.
Yes, but
what to do?
Yes, what to do?
Can I play, for instance, knight E4? Let's see if this works. And now maybe I will be ready to play F5 a
Yes.
bit later on. And Lei play the move. Let's see what she decided to play.
Yes.
It's
not
very fascinating.
Lei played knight E4.
She did play knight E4. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense. This move.
Yes, and Alik, you do a you done a well job in last 2 moves, Queen C3
Yes,
and
but
knight E4.
if we look at the evaluation bar, it says a different story. It says that knight E4 is actually not a good move.
Yes, but Alik, I think in this kind of position, we cannot trust a computer.
This is extremely I totally agree, because in this position, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it could be plus or minus 4.
Yes.
It will not change the way the players look at the position, right? Because
Yes.
what you do here is you calculate lines. You have a feeling that somebody may be ahead or behind. You don't know, right?
Yes,
So it's all pure calculation. You calculate lines, and you're trying to get the best what you can. Without the bar, who do you feel is well? It's very hard now that we know the evaluation to like pretend we don't know.
Yes.
But if I'm white, I think I feel that I have very good prospects here, right?
Because now f5 is, you cannot play knight g5, bishop g5. I have an extra knight for defending on g5 square.
And I'm feeling that once I play f5, you're very hard pressed to defend your king. So let's see some lines. Where does black queen move? We'll probably want to keep it
on d3 or a3. I think
d3 or a3 is also a very valid spot because we want to hit the pawn on c5. Let's try your idea. Queen a3. The computer says it's okay. It's worse than black's position for some reason. How do we go here? Well, first of all, I wanted to ask, what happens if we just take twice? Is it possible? Because the bishop is hanging.
Yes, actually, I totally missed that I can take on f5.
And this is something that is very easy to miss.
Yes. Oh, actually.
And you know, I took I looked what the computer suggests here for white. It's amazing. It's really amazing, but I have to say that the computer goes king h1 here.
Yes.
And in our last line, after gf5, after black took on f5, we kind of understand why. And in the Sicilian, in many tile lines, as a Sicilian player, I really relate a lot to this move because, as we said, this diagonal is extremely important. Right?
Yes.
And now, with the king being out of the way, f5 is becoming much stronger because, as we have seen here, for instance, so in this, after knight e4, queen a3 or d3 doesn't really matter. So now if f5 takes, now for instance queen f5 is impossible because the bishop is hit with the check, right? Had it not been a check, then white would have the ability to take on f7 and then whatever might have happened there. So knight e4, for this reason, the computer doesn't like so much. And Ju Wenjun, the world champion, played queen d3.
Yes. And
queen d3 has the additional threat, rook b1.
Yes, actually, I totally missed this. When you said queen d3, and then I said queen a3 just 1 minute ago, I thought queen d3 is not good because white can play rook d1, which is really a bad move.
But now rook d1 is running into rook b1. Then the rook is pinned. We cannot take the queen on d3. We have to take probably on b1.
Yes.
And then without the rook, the attack is not really going anywhere.
Yes, you just go f5. I will take you g takes f5 and e takes f5. And
I'm not afraid anymore of any attack. And I will start picking up pawns. This will be, the a2 pawn will be the second pawn I take, and I will take it with a check. Right? Because you cannot go even like this because the knight is hanging. So this is totally winning for black if the rooks are traded. Wow, what a turn of events. The world champion is looking to take over, and you can see Lei Tingjie is holding her head deep in calculations, deeply concentrated. But her position is, actually it makes a lot of sense, this evaluation now, because how do you even prevent rook b1 from happening?
Yes.
There is very difficult. So as we said, f5 is not a move you can make because black simply takes on f5. And now we can either take on g5 or even, you know, even this again, because we are threatening to take here with the check and to win the bishop and the knight. So for instance, if you take here, there is a check on f1. Queen has to take. We take on on e3. We take the bishop with the check. Of course, a queen cannot defend because the endgame will be absolutely lost. We have to go somewhere with the king to h2. Otherwise, we would lose a knight with the check. And now I think we simply can recapture the pawn.
And it's a finish.
This is a game over for white because there is no more attack and we are a piece down. What a game we're having so far. The world champion has fantastic chances to equalize.
Yes.
And just as you said, just look, 5 moves ago, the position was...
Yeah, so Alik, I want to, maybe we can discuss why Lei played the queen f3.
So I think it happens a lot, actually. It happened in my practice, it happened way too many times, or way more times than I would love that to happen. When you have such a dominating position, you tend to underestimate your opponent's counterplay.
Yes.
And I would argue that she played queen f3 actually with the idea of not letting the counterplay happen, right?
Yes.
So she wanted to make sure the queen does not leave c7. It has to protect the pawn on c6. But what she has probably missed is that after g4, queen a5, queen c3 is a very, very strong threat. So maybe here, probably much better was to play somewhere rook f1, to move the rook to f1.
Because now
preparing g4. Now queen a5 is really impossible because you would hit this pawn, this extremely important pawn, and on c6. So, you know, and it happens so often in chess.
Yes.
You have this beautiful plan, all planned. You see the position, but then you misstep. Your execution is not precise.
Yes.
And it all goes down the drain.
And Alik, and do you remember what I said before? I have this experience when I played strong players and I sacrificed the pawn, and I always lost mine in some kind of queen f3 or queen h3, or maybe I should push g4. I should stop your counterplay on queen side. I don't really know that much, and when I have time to solve these questions, maybe I can play better moves, but always. As we see in the game, Lei has only 12 minutes. We haven't enough times to make this move correct.
Absolutely,
absolutely. And for the players who wins a pawn and who needs to defend, maybe it's much easier to play the position.
Yes, but you know, I would say that had Lei found this prophylactic rook f1, black is very, it's not easy to play with black as well, because you're kind of, you know, you're holding, you're trying to cover your face from all kinds of hits, but you don't have anything active. Now, the potential of black's position suddenly unleashed. And Lei Tingjie played king g2. Not a move you like to make, right? Right into the check along the second rank. But you kind of have to preserve the rook. You don't have other choice.
I think if Ju Wenjun played rook b1, Lei will play rook f2. I'm not sure, but
no, I'm pretty sure she wants to avoid exchanging the rook. So I'm sure she will run off the board with the king to h3.
Wow.
But then I think. Now you will also have to make sure there are not disasters with knight g5, and maybe you might get disasters of your own.
Rook
on
e2.
The second. Oh, rook e2 is very strong.
Yes.
this is a pin, a double pin.
Wow.
If the bishop goes, we just exchange the queens, and this is game over. I think the challenger is in a big, big trouble.
Yes. So.
Oh, not a great start for her.
So that's the same as if Ju Wenjun played rook b1, you cannot play rook f2. It's the same because rook e1 also wins for black, I think.
Rook b1.
If you play rook f2, then rook e1.
Rook e1.
It's
Yes, so that
same.
king g2 doesn't really protect white from rook b1, and you can see at the players, Ju Wenjun is very relaxed now. It's her time, it's her move. She takes the time, she calculates. She's a brilliant calculating player, and she knows it's her golden opportunity to level the match. As you said,
Yeah.
she was not entirely impressed. She said her game was okay, right? No, not great,
Yes.
but she was. She didn't think that she was playing badly, and she knows that in such long matches, the opportunity will always present itself, right?
Yes. And
But here she was on the verge. She was on the verge of losing, of going to -2, or okay, not really going to -2, but here, at this very moment, when we thought the natural queen h3, right,
Yes.
forcing black to waste a tempo with h5, and that would give white the needed space and time
yes.
to keep black from counterplaying, from creating a counterplay, right, on the queen side, because now white can play rook f1, white can play rook d1, right, and
Yes, I like this rook d1.
this is a very, very different. All of it is so much different. h5 pawn is actually a weakening move, because we can now open the h file with g4 pawn down the road.
Yes, and here I need to mention something. Maybe some fans will ask why, because after b takes c5, rook b8 will give black some counterplay. So some fans will ask why white cannot play bishop c5. I think
yeah, this is a great question. Yes.
Yes, but I think the main idea of bishop c5 is to play knight f6 for black.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
Yes, maybe rook on d1 is not possible, but if you don't put your rook on a1, knight f6 is.
But even here, maybe, yes? He takes d6, just take on d6, and
Yes.
you are getting rid of the main trump of white's position.
Yes, and look at this knight. If you cannot take my knight, I will.
Yes, yes. So this is the reason why we have to take with the pawn. This is great explanation and example of why white would need to take with the pawn on c5.
Yes.
However, Lei Tingjie was careless for two moves.
Yeah.
Queen f3 is not yet a bad move, but g4 is already a really serious mistake.
Yes.
Allowing black is queen a5, and all of a sudden it's white king that's in much bigger danger than the black king.
Yes, and we need to say that today Lei's game is not as accurate. It happens in the first half. I think there is maybe something with her stress or emotion. I cannot make sure, but it's one of the things we have to face in the sports, any kind of sport.
Absolutely, and with every game that passes, her goal of becoming the world champion is getting closer,
Yes.
right? And this burden of the advantage gets it's harder and harder, and it weighs more and more.
Yes.
So yeah, this is also a valid point. But at the end of the day, she played well until this G4 move. I would say it's, you know, it's a blunderish move that can happen to anyone.
Yes.
And we are still far away from
Yes.
conclusion, of course.
The game is still
Black
very-
still needs to prove that
Yes.
she can win this game, and let's see how we can defend with white, how we can hold this with white, because we have to say those sharp positions, as we saw, as we thought before the match, they generally favor Lei Tingjie, right?
Yes.
So she feels more comfortable, or she feels very comfortable, right, in this
Yes.
kind of positions. However, you know, I'm thinking now aloud. So, for instance, if we try to keep the imbalance here in the position, and if I'm black, I think a move like Queen D5
yes.
might be extremely. Maybe it lets some of the advantage slip, but it may be very unpleasant for your opponent to face, right?
Yes.
Because you kind of take all this thing out of the position. You still have an extra pawn. You are your rook is so dominating on the second rank.
Yes. Sometimes, for example, let's say in our games, even if I know knight f2 is the best move here, I sort all the lines and I think knight f2 I must play. It's the best move. But when I see queen d5 for black, I will choose to play a move which I think is worse than knight f2.
Yes,
but
this
to keep
is
the
a
queen on board.
very valid point. You know, but the problem is that is there such a move here that doesn't lose by force? Because as we saw, rook f2 is just as bad, because you kind of
Yes.
give up the rook. Without the rooks, you don't have any game going on for you.
Yes, and actually I think if I exchange the rooks and the queens, it's winning for black. Knight
Yes.
f8, knight d7.
Yes, it is kind of a game over, because the pawns are on the dark squares.
Yes.
It will be very, and again, black still has the extra pawn, which
Yes.
is kind of important. As we said, king h3 loses to rook e2,
Yes.
a very important resource. Maybe we can hold on with king g3, but
Still,
still
yes.
rook e2.
I have
There is
queen,
no good spot for instance, we move the bishop,
and queen e4 is just
and there's queen e4 just hitting and then winning at the bishop and the knight. A horrible position to find yourself in with white
yes.
in Lei's place. And you know, especially striking is that only 5 moves ago, it was such an overwhelmingly pleasing position, right? You had
Yes.
this knight on d6. You do whatever you feel like you can do whatever you want.
And as we always say in the chess, maybe we when we start to play chess, our teacher will say that you need to put your piece, you will play your piece forward. And now we see Ju Wenjun plays her queen and rook into white side, and what is Lei Tingjie do is to play some like knight e4, which is playing the pieces back. This is also a sign, means black is playing well in these moves.
Absolutely. You know, we have an interesting question from our viewers, and we said a few minutes ago, we said that we shouldn't trust the computer much here.
Yeah.
So, okay, it was not a very fortunate phrasing on our part. You should trust the computer,
Yes.
but not always when the computer says what we meant is actually not always when the computer says it's a huge advantage for one side, the players can really understand and relate to it during the game, because in such sharp positions, this evaluation of the computer, I'm not saying it's in this position, but in general, the computer might give a -4, but it's a -4 only because there is some very specific long line,
Yes.
and on move 15 there is an intermediate check that makes the position instead of +5, -5 or something like
Yes.
this. For a human, it can be -4, but you still you are unable to calculate all those lines because there are hundreds of lines to calculate with all the options. So what we were trying to say is that if you see a huge jumps in evaluation, and you can see it in most sharp games between human players,
Yes.
it doesn't necessarily mean that you can say, okay, this is he or she played badly because you see the bar jumps from +5 to -5. No, this is the huge difference between a human and a computer. However, you know, the more we look at this position, now here you can really relate to what the computer, so the players feel this evaluation that we see, right?
Yes.
Now, if I'm white, I kind of know here that I'm in a big trouble, and if I'm black, I know that I'm winning, but I have to make sure, you know, that I'm not blundering.
Yes.
So this is, if it explains a little bit kind of what we said, this is the point.
Yes. And thanks for Alik to explain the whole things of the attacking chess.
Yeah, well, you know, because it's often we as you know, as spectators, we have this benefit of having the computer, and it says, when we see the line, it looks so natural.
Yes.
Of course, I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Well, how can he or she not see that, right? It's just so obvious. But of course, having to calculate all those lines, and this line that the computer shows is just one of tens or sometimes hundreds of possible deviations in such a sharp position. You really not always are able to calculate all this
Yes.
with such precision. So in sharp positions, we often tend to criticize the players too much for making mistakes, but it's very humanly, and it's impossible for a human to calculate. Anyway, in this position, so here there are really not much going for white in terms of counterplay,
Yes.
right?
And we have to mention that Lei Tingjie only have 5 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
She needs to make 7 more moves.
7 more, actually 8 more moves.
8 more moves,
to
yeah.
make, but I would argue that her biggest problem in this position is not the moves that she has to make.
Yes.
And she played bishop f2. You can see on her expression she is anything but happy with her position. She played bishop f2. This is the kind of, you know, this is the kind of a very annoying situation to find yourself
Yes.
in. You're trying to find the worst of evils, right? So
Yes.
you're weighing like, this is bad, this is worse, this is even worse. What do I do?
Yes. Actually, we said this kind of things in the game 5 when Ju Wenjun suffered in the position, especially in the end game, and she needs to find should I play rook a4, some moves like
Yes.
counterplay, or should I stay my rook in the back rank, and she found everything. She just lost.
Yes, absolutely, and
Yes.
this is almost the same for the challenger here.
Yes.
For instance, the simplest I think for black is to, and look at this.
Yes, because
So
no,
I would think that this is the simplest way, but please correct me because I see that I am totally off.
Yes, I think the reason is white can play rook b1 here or rook d1. Let's say if black don't take on a2, I have rook d1, and you cannot stop me to play rook d1 or rook b1.
Okay, so I still want to take, and I'm claiming that I'm
for example,
pawns ahead. What is so dangerous here for me? If let's say I start pushing the pawn.
For example, a5.
For example.
a5 first. I think rook b6 is a big threat, because after take on c6,
so
right
pawn is...
Yes, it's unstoppable almost. And if you do not play a5, I can play something like rook b7, rook c7, or rook b8, rook c8. This pawn is also not easy to defend as well. And after I can take on c6, it's not easy to talk about this position, who is better.
Actually, yes, and the knight on h7 is a little bit misplaced, right?
Yes. And so this is why.
So this is an optical illusion, right? So you don't go into an end game with being 2 pawns up, because this is my first reaction, right? I want to exchange the queens to make sure I don't get mated, and I get to take another pawn. I win 2 pawns, but all of a sudden there are counterplay.
Yes.
So what should we do then with black?
And as we need to mention that if we can manage to exchange the queen and the rocks, if we, for example, if we exchange, just say it as a impossible way.
Yeah.
Yes, but after this, I think white really has no counterplay. Yes. And I can just easily move my king or knight to d7 and my king to the queen side, maybe. And I think white will suffer all the endgames. Maybe it will end up as a draw if white play really good endgame, shows really good endgame skills, but I think it's very hard. But now, you cannot exchange the rook after I take
well,
out.
But you know, I have to say then, if this is the case, and this is definitely the case, then chapeau to Lei Tingjie for finding a way to keep the queens on the board, right?
Yes.
Correctly assessing that this position, this endgame after queen exchange, is not trivial at all for black.
Yes.
So. And the game, at least the game continues. The engine can say -3 or 4 as much as it wants, right?
Yes.
At the end of the game, we need to make moves. We need to make precise moves. And where does the queen go then?
Yes, because I think queen d5 seems not possible. Because
d5 rook d1, right?
Yes.
Or is there such a move?
But the bar seems that queen d5 is the best move. Yes, but my first side is queen d5 rook d1 gives
right. And the rook goes to d7, for instance, right? And what have we achieved? Ju Wenjun looks very calm. I have to say, as a human, which I kind of consider myself to be one. Queen takes f3 looks so natural.
Yes.
Me, right? You want to kind of, I mean, this is the eternal, you know, the choice. Material,
yes.
Positional advantages, material, and when you have material, 2 pawns, end game, you know, you kind of want to go there, always. And especially that, you know, you've been calculating those lines, and you see the difficulties, the dangers in this position.
Yes. So maybe
would it be easy for me to make a move like a queen c4 or queen d5, for instance, right?
Because queen c4 still rook d1 is a move. You need to.
Right. So I would think this, and then I would also think, okay, but queen c4. Now I have to calculate this. Well,
yes.
What about this, right? Because again, we are getting counterplay. let's okay. Let's see why the computer thinks it
Yes.
is so great for black here. So
I think Queen A2
we
should
need
be
2, right?
played,
So
yes.
we take this second rank attack. Let's say we keep pushing with white.
The bar seems like
The computer says
is almost
like-
winning for black.
Yeah,
though.
I'm absolutely not afraid of you.
Yes, but seems like it's a
Of
really
you pathetic humans, you know, you cannot calculate.
yes.
I just hit your knight here, and the bishop will come from this diagonal, and
Yes.
you are in a big trouble. And I have it all covered. I have to say it's not clear to me at all. For instance,
Yes, maybe we can try it.
well, let's just
try
show.
it,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. So I was going to suggest
Ah,
a move like, but this is probably so. This is just probably losing
Yeah,
because we get a new queen, but it's
yes.
it's too little, too late. So this is valid.
And Alik, I want to see if I play f6 and knight f3 played by black. Well, knight f3 becomes a losing move. Seems like it's
Would
drawish.
take, and all of a sudden, this is unclear. Because then we just keep the balance. You cannot stop the pawn.
Yes.
And you know, the players, we can analyze it. We are wrong. You know, we see the bar jumping. We say,
yes.
yeah, we made a mistake. We take back. They need to work it all out. They need to see that this is not clear that black doesn't win here, like with a simple move like queen e6, right?
Yes.
But it turns out that it is white who is winning, and guess what? The computer it's a funny anecdote. The computer plays e7 and e8 knight here for some reason.
Yes, this is. Let me think about Magnus Carlsen plays.
Against Vichy, right? This,
Yes.
c1 knight. Look at this line, and the point is that black still needs to take on e8 because you cannot move the king to either square because this is just a checkmate.
Yeah.
On g8. This is beautiful chess. It's in its pure beauty. Anyway, this is kind of still losing for white, as we said, because a knight takes e4 is absolutely losing.
Well, so
But the world champion is still thinking, and
Yes.
it's extremely understandable, right?
actually, I think Queen d5 is a move which you really need brave to play it, because Queen d5 gives white rook d1, and actually we just think about the line after Queen d5 here. Sorry, Queen d5, and here we just think about the line f5. Maybe rook d7 is also worth considering. Maybe black can play bishop h4, but my rook is on the 7th rank, and maybe I will have some f5. Let's just say, for example, f5. If you play knight g5, I'm not sure I can play f takes g6 or knight f6.
Yes, let's show this. This might be a very interesting line, because, for instance, king h8 loses immediately, right?
Yes,
this is mating just to show you. Again, the computer says -3 or 4 or whatever here, or even -11, but you still need to understand, as a human, you know that those kind of positions with the knight on f6 are very tricky, and you can get mated, right? You can get you know, as far as we know, it could be plus 11 here
Yes.
for a computer, because if rook f7 somehow worked here, like
Yes.
the lines of like rook f7 and f takes g6, the computer could easily be giving plus 5 here. The players
Yes.
don't know; they can not know. Or you know, sometimes you see that the very same position, it would be winning for white because there is something like check.
Yes,
check on
it
the trap.
works.
For instance, look at this. Yeah, so
Yes.
we have this, and this is suddenly white is mating, right?
Yes.
And the players really need to have absolutely no way of knowing this. They need to dig into all those lines and to calculate.
Actually.
And actually,
yes.
why is knight h5? So I just gave you an example that I don't understand. So I think
So the bar.
the
actually,
only way to win here is
yes.
probably king f8, right? So it's not trivial at all. You can
Yes.
see it. And the point is that here, white is exactly one move away
Yes.
from winning, but it's one move too late because black is the first one to break through. So again, I have been stressing it like I think almost in every sharp position that we had the option, the ability to analyze. Do not rely, well, you can rely on the bar, but we need to always understand, keep in mind that the players are in a totally different position.
Yes.
You know, my dad, he's not a strong player, chess player, but he knows the game. He's maybe around 1800 player.
Yes.
And he often watches those live streams when the commentator like shows
yes.
all the computer lines, and he says, "Oh, this Carlsen, he played so badly. You know, he doesn't know how to play or something. They played a horrible game." And I look at it and I say, "Wow, this is a fantastic game, right? The computer
Yes.
says it was -4 then +4 with blunder, but you can. This is our limitation." So and Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun played queen d5. Wow, she found this move.
Yes.
And
fantastic.
Fantastic. That's there's no other way to describe it.
Yes.
She finds the best way. She really dodges this positional trap of going into an endgame, and she keeps the queens, but her position is so dominating, and you can see Lei Tingjie is not happy at all with her position. She has less than 5 minutes to make 7 moves. It's black's game. Black is totally taken over this game. Can Lei Tingjie save it? I'm not sure.
Yes. And I think the next 7 moves to 40 moves is the most important time in the game.
In the match, maybe.
Yes, maybe in the match. Yes.
If the challenger manages to save this game, she will get a huge lift in energy, and the world champion will be extremely depressed. But to be honest, I cannot see her saving this game.
Yes.
How do you play with white here?
I think I will make a quick decision between king. But king h3 is not a good move. Look
Maybe
at
king g3.
Yes,
no?
but I need to mention that. Look at this queen d5. For example, you play, let's say, you have rook d1, queen a2, and sometimes you need to avoid bishop h4 for black, and you cannot easily play king g3. I have rook b3.
Right.
It's always.
This is why I'm thinking maybe not rook d1. Maybe first, maybe play king g3
Yes,
immediately.
and I want to say after king g3, maybe queen a2 is still the move.
To go.
Yes,
Wow.
and rook b3 is the threat. For example, you win the tempo. You don't need to play rook d1. Maybe f5 is your move, but I'm not sure. For example, I have something like rook b3 and knight g5, which can
let's see if this works.
Yes.
Rook b3,
Yeah, rook
bishop
b3.
e3, right? Knight g5.
For example, knight g5.
So
And
if we have to, it seems like we have to take on g5, but then
Or
rook,
f6.
bishop f6 again. What happens if f6 indeed?
f6. I think. How about bishop c5? Oh, but knight e4 first. I can play. Yes, and then bishop c5.
Bishop c5, and this is really not such a happy moment for white.
Yes.
As this is a game over, and we see that rook d1, queen a2 is on the board. A very tough decision by Lei Tingjie what to play here. Will she play rook d7? Will she play f5? Kind of saying, okay, I'm going all in, whatever happens, happens. You know?
Yes.
Or do we want to maybe make like, you know, so our problem is that we cannot dodge the spin along the second rank, right?
Yes.
The king cannot go to the first rank because, as we said, a rook exchange would be devastating. To go here, to go up with the king, we are pinned along the third rank, also very bad for us. And Lei Tingjie does play f5.
Yes.
Will she find a way to complicate, to muddy the waters? Or will Ju Wenjun prevail? The computer says the world champion has all the chances to equalize the score in the match. Will she be able to do that? So, do we take on f5? Do we play bishop h4? Do we play knight g5? Many moves for black.
Yes. And
let's kind of try to see what goes. Here's a good example, right?
Yes.
Bishop h4 looks such a natural move.
Very natural move. And knight g5 is my next move, maybe.
Threatening to kind of kill the game.
Yes.
But the problem is that here the rook goes to the 7th rank.
Ah, yes.
We are threatening mate in 1. Knight g5 helps in no way because we have
rook d8.
Rook d8.
Yes. And king h7.
Goes to h7.
Knight
Otherwise,
g5.
Otherwise we would just
knight
land
g5,
with the knight.
yes.
Knight g5,
Yeah.
removing the knight from protecting.
Yes.
And this is checkmate in 2. Just goes to show you, Ju Wenjun does not allow this. She actually, this is extremely important. E takes f5,
this
a very
is what
strong move. This is what we analyze. Bringing, opening the diagonal for the queen to eye this f7 square to make sure you have a defender. You keep an eye from a distance. G takes f5, and again, now I think now bishop h4 will already work. Not so much, says the computer.
Yes, but why?
I'm really having a hard time to understand. So first of all, if we take,
I think take is first.
How does white go about here?
Yes, because rook d7 seems not.
Is not even a threat,
yes.
right? We're not even threatening anything. And knight g5 is a threat. Knight g5 is not a threat. So, for instance, let's pretend that we don't play. We play rook d7. Knight g5 is actually blocking the bishop from protecting this square, and now white is again right in time to launch this very deadly attack. So apparently bishop h4 is not the move to play.
Yes, and Ju Wenjun played.
What did she took on f5.
Yes.
Queen takes f5 is on the board.
Yes, maybe the bar said G takes f5 is not the best move, but it is the.
It is a very human move. Yeah,
yes.
The computer claims that knight g5 was the best. Just to be clear, so we you know, objectively speaking, knight g5 is probably the best move here.
Yes.
Ju Wenjun makes a very natural G takes f5 move.
Yeah.
Queen takes f5. Now I would be worried with black about some perpetual check ideas. But again, black has the G file covered.
Yes, and now I have to mention Queen e6 is not really good because white can just easily exchange it.
And you know, Queen e6 is a move that is so natural to
Yes.
make, right? Because you want to make sure you don't blunder. You want to bring the queen. You are 2 pawns away ahead. But here again, and especially, you know, you have only 4 minutes. It's a sharp position.
Yes.
Albeit there are only 4 moves to be made, but still, you want to make sure you don't blunder anything.
Yes, and after this, and for black, I think after Queen f6 and the exchange, for Ju Wenjun's level, it's never losing position.
Right. So there is a huge temptation to go for this, right?
Yes.
You want to make sure you don't lose this game, and you probably know that you have fantastic winning chances here, right?
Yes.
What else can we do with black? Do we have anything more concrete? Like
Yes.
a move like Bishop h4, this is a move I always want to make here, right?
Yes, but not now.
It is very problematic to make now. So
Yes.
Bishop h4 is not a move now. For instance, Knight g5 is another move I want to make here.
Yes, and if you play Knight g5,
But according to the machine, Knight f6 here is a
yes.
move which actually kind of puts a lot of pressure also on black, because now rook d8 is a threat of mating 1.
yes, and Queen c8 is also makes
Queen c8 is also not an easy move to make. The computer does keep the advantage here with the move like rook d8. I have to admit, in my games, when you reach such a move is so difficult to see
Yes.
because you're kind of looking ahead of you, like looking to play moves forward. And as we see, the world champion does take the human approach, Queen e6. The computer says it lets most of her advantage slip. She still has a 1 pawn advantage, which is enough to make a win, but the win will be very much more difficult to achieve.
Yes.
Right? And this is another great example why you rarely rely on the computer to predict the outcome of a sharp game, right? Because the computer really shows the objective evaluation, but you know, I have seen so many times the very strongest players like Magnus or Hikaru. You know, after a sharp game, they know they come out and they say, well, the computer is probably laughing at us, right?
Yes.
So you really shouldn't should take all those evaluations with a grain of salt. Bishop h4 is played by the world champion, so she is giving up this a7 pawn.
Yes.
The point being that after rook takes a7,
I'm not sure Knight g5
Knight g5 is a move trying to hit the bishop, using the fact that the bishop is
pinned.
But what happens after, for instance, a
Wow.
move like king f1?
It's really cool, this king f1.
So the king is cut off, right? And if we exchange, for instance,
Yes.
so you can take
another pawn.
the pawn. How easy is it to convert into a full point? I'm not sure.
Yes, I have to say I have no endgame knowledge about this position. It's a draw or a win for black. I'm not sure.
But I have one thing is quite sure: it's not an easy win for her.
Yes.
Because there is so much counterplay going on, right? With this bishop and the rook, the pawns are weak. I will start asking some questions. Some pawn and some rook and games can be all of a sudden drawn. Not an easy task to win, But it has to be said, Ju Wenjun feels very confident in such kinds of, in those technical positions, and we are past. No, we're not. We still have one move to go. Lei Tingjie has 30 seconds. She makes the move.
She makes
what did she play? She
move,
didn't take.
I think King F1.
She played King F1 right away, which is also a decent move. She wants to keep the knight on the board.
Yes.
And actually, practically, it might be even better, all right? Because
yes,
in such positions, the knight, if it lands on f6, it can be very tricky to win.
Yes. Sometimes if I give up all the pieces, I just need knight on f6 and rook on d7. Then I can go knight h7, knight f6 for pepper
Exactly,
check.
exactly. Let's show it for a second. So, for instance, if black is not careless, but of course she knows this
yes.
very well. But for instance, if we go like that, then all of a sudden this is a draw, because the black king can never escape this this cage.
Yes.
Because if it tries to be too smart, this is a checkmate on the
yes.
Wow.
Oh.
I'm speechless. What
yes.
a game. As you said, Chongqing, spicy, known for its spicy food and spicy games. As we see, both players reach the 40th move. What do you think? What is going on in Black's? Or let's start with the world champion Ju Wenjun. What is she thinking about now? How does she? How do you put what happened behind? How do you go from here?
I think for the last 807 moves, the key moment here is g takes f5, and as we analyze this before, knight g5 is the best move. And I think Minglei Ju Wenjun doesn't play this knight g5 move is because maybe she missed the f6. She can play knight e4.
Yes, but you know, miss is a big word here. Very sharp. But the computer says she missed, so we have to agree with it. She missed.
And after she played the g takes f5, I think queen e6 is really a human move. Yes, and then I think we goes to the end game, and now maybe it's also a good time for us to take a video and for relaxed atmosphere.
So we are, the Chinese players show their dominance in the chess world in all kinds of, in the men's sections and women's section. And actually we have a nice interview with a foreigner who came here, and she teaches chess in China. A very interesting item. Let's take a look while the players relax from their time travel.
Kinga, thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you for having me.
It's nice to see you here in Shanghai, and you have been here already for a couple of years, and you are a coach, a chess coach, teaching kids. But tell me, how is it? How long have you been here, and how is it being a coach here in Shanghai?
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. I've been lucky to be in Shanghai for 5 years already. And the funny thing is when I came here, I thought I would be here only 1 year, but then it turned out that it's so great to be here, so I stayed longer. And during my time here in Shanghai, I've been teaching more than 1,000 students. So I am very happy about that I had this pleasant experience to develop young minds. And it's pretty amazing. And the career as a chess coach is really great. And I've been teaching in the international schools. So I could do it in English and also in our centers. I was working for the chess organization, SCA Chess Academy, and what else would you like to know?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds absolutely amazing. 1,000 kids, so tell us a little bit. Okay, you came, the idea was to be here 1 year. What was the most amazing experience that made you think, okay, I will stay here a little bit longer?
Oh, it's definitely a great place because chess in China are very popular, and parents choose chess as an extracurricular activity, and they are aware of all the benefits that chess can bring to children, such as developing critical thinking, improving memory. So definitely the interest is very high, and our classes at schools are quite big, I would say. We usually have up to 14 students, and in our centers very similar. And so that's why I stay longer, because it's a great experience as a chess coach, and I absolutely love interacting with kids. And during my career here, I could see some of them, how they are growing up, and it was absolutely amazing.
Oh yeah, that sounds lovely, actually. The last part, especially. And so, when you are a player yourself as well, you've been very successful in your career, especially. How would you compare? Which is more stressful, being a player yourself or looking at your students, wishing them all the best? But you know, it's not always so easy. So, which one do you think it is?
I still think being a chess player is harder, and it's definitely a very big pressure. And during our junior times, because we know already, we know each other for such a long time. When you compete in the championships, the pressure is quite high. But as a chess coach, I really believe in all of my students, and I try not to focus only on the best students. My general goal is to through chess develop their other skills as well. So for me, I am also happy when I can see that some kids could improve their focus thanks to chess, and that chess can be very helpful for them to develop other skills. And this is also very helpful for them as people. So this is also something that makes me very happy.
Great, great. How would you say, how has the chess culture developed since you arrived here? Have you seen any big changes?
Well, chess is super popular here, and I would say now we can even have a Dingliren effect. So our academy had more and more students. We had a little break during the pandemic, and during that time we were having online classes, and now I think everything is getting better, and chess is absolutely blooming. So yeah.
So would you say that every single kid here in China knows the name of Dingliren?
Maybe that would be a little exaggeration, but his name is quite famous, and he was all over the news. So yes, definitely. What I really admire about Chinese people in general is that they are very humble, and they are humble in achievements, and you can actually see it by Ding, by listening to all of his interviews, and by other Chinese players. They are very, very humble and kind people.
What do you think? How does the situation of the girls, ladies, chess? We have such a strong, of course, culture in terms of the world champions in women's section coming from China. How are they so strong? Do you have any insights? Can you give us like some advice? How is it possible? And also, how does the teaching process of the girls look like? Is there any difference?
Well, in my opinion, there are a few factors that may decide about why Chinese, in general, not only women, but also men, are so strong. And one of them is that people here are very hardworking. And they definitely believe in the growth mindset, and they are studying chess all the time. And this is, I am sure this is the reason why they're so strong. And also, as I mentioned before, they are humble in achievements, which is very impressive. And if they choose chess as a profession, they're really serious about it.
So no joking around.
No, probably no.
And my last question, because you have visited the venue of the Women's World Championship match, how does it feel? How was it to see those two brilliant ladies in action?
Oh, I was very, very happy about this. And the atmosphere there is absolutely incredible. And this is like a lifetime opportunity to be there. And of course, it's quite tense. But it's amazing to see them. And I was also lucky to be here in 2020 when Ju Wenjun was challenged by Goryachkina. And it was also a pleasure to watch them during the press conference. So it's already the second time to be here for me.
Welcome back, guys. This is was a very interesting item about foreigners teaching chess in China. And we had a chance to take a breather to relax a little bit after the very nerve-wracking time travel.
Yes.
What do you think about what's going on now? What are the players' feelings after this time scramble? Let's start with Lei. How do you think she feels now after?
I think
Is she happy? Is she not happy?
I think she should be happy after the Queen exchanged, and for me the position as a white side seems like she played f5. It's just she don't know after f5 what will happen, but I just push it. And then it comes to
nothing to do, right? So she had to do that.
And or maybe we can say after f5 played, Lei maybe thinks the position is just lost for me, but I just try my best to attack on my king side and do my best to give the pressure to my opponent. But now the position in the endgame seems like white has some chance to make a draw. So for Lei Tingjie, her emotion maybe seems like more relaxed or some happy emotion for her. But
and for her opponent, for Ju Wenjun, how would you feel with black here in this endgame?
I'm not very sure about it. First, I'm not sure Ju Wenjun. Maybe she knows the endgame. She is very confident with the endgame skills with her. As we saw Ju Wenjun really good at playing the endgame is the first. And in fact, in the game, she doesn't know the bar. She doesn't know the engine said she has some winning chances.
Which is good, right? Which
yes.
It works in her favor, because if you know you had the win, you're really bumped here, right?
Yes. And when she don't know, she has winning chances. Maybe she feel I can play to the end game with 2 pawns up. It's really a good success. So I think both players maybe have good feelings when they arrive the 40 moves.
This is very interesting. If both players happy, this is something we don't see often happening in the games, but it actually might be very true, because as we said, right, there was nothing. The win, the computers. So the computers said the wins. They're not obvious at all.
Yes.
All the human moves that Ju Wenjun played, actually, they lead kind of by force to this endgame, which we can see on our screens now. We can go to the analysis board. So black has 2 extra pawns, right? And
Yes.
but white has a very, very strong trump in her
Yes.
in her possession, in the form of the rook on the 7th rank. And this pawn is extremely important, right? These 2 pawns are creating all kinds of mating slash drawing nets, perpetual
Yes.
check nets around the black kings. The world champion pushed a5 in her last move, so she wants to keep the knight to protect the king, I think.
Yes. Especially the f6 square.
Yes, especially this key square.
And now I think, yes, a4, a3 is very fast. For example, let's say rook d6. It seems
Rook d6. I was actually wanted to suggest rook a7, but okay.
yes,
let's
I want to say rook d6 is a bad move, but I just want to show why. Because yeah, if you want to take on the pawn, black just immediately promotion.
This is a threat, and the only way to prevent it is to get into pin.
Yes.
But when we are pinned and the knight can come out, right, and this is a threat.
Yes. Also, knight f7 to take on e5 is also
or
a
we
threat.
go like that. Is there not enough counterplay though? Let's see. Because
play
here,
knight
for instance, if we
e4?
play this, I think I have c7.
Rook f2.
And the bar jumped because rook f2, and now
I can play rook
can
c.
even rook c2.
Yes,
you
yeah.
have. Okay. So the issue is that on knight e4, we have king f3.
Wow, it's
Forcing you to take here, but now the knight will. I think I have this important move.
yes.
You cannot take the rook because I queen, and this is a game over into white's advantage. And if you take,
You have to take with king.
you have to take with the king, but
Actually, this is not over yet, I think. For example, I play rook c5 here.
rook c5. Can I maybe play
Yes.
something like to put the rook on e7? No, the e7.
No, I have.
But what happens if I keep the rook passive?
I have to play. But I'm. Yes,
I
you
just
are quicker than me. King
And I
g6.
get to prevent you from getting to f5.
Yes, and for example, rook c4, king f3, and the king. Oh,
King f3
Whoa.
is apparently losing because
yeah,
king
yes.
goes to f5.
and I cannot play rook h2. I just made a very.
Right, because
Yeah.
the rook h2, there is a rook c3, exchanging the rooks, and this is game over. So,
So-
the way to keep the balance here is to play king
King
e3.
e3. Yes.
The point being that now we, whenever the king goes to this pawn, and you know, we are looking at these lines, they might become important later on,
Yes.
because all those kinds of rook endgames, they will be in the air later on. And different rook endgames can lead to different results, right? So the point here
Yeah.
is that we keep hitting the other pawn. We are willing, more than willing, to give up this e-pawn, but if we are able to take the other pawn, and this is a theoretical draw when a white king is ahead of black's
Yes.
passed pawn. This is a theoretical draw. Both players are very well familiar with this. So
So I want to say after a5, if rook d6, anyway, it's a very difficult move to make a draw. Maybe it's even not a move to make a draw.
yeah, it was losing. We kind of misplayed it a little bit with black. We just wanted to show this, this
Yes.
line, right? But this
So-
is winning for black,
and,
although not so easily. Yes. So even here, it's not so easy to win this position with black because white does have a counterplay.
Yes.
And again, if we are able to trade, the more pawns basically we trade, the better it is for white. Right?
Yes.
So it's not easy, but you know, my first reaction, and both players are really calculating a lot because you cannot rely on general principles here. You have to calculate a lot of lines in this position.
Yes.
And I wanted to say that here, my first reaction would normally be to just play rook a7, right?
And I want to say that is if white don't play rook d6, it means black can keep 2 pawns up.
This is true.
Yes. So for example, rook a7, I'm not sure. For example, rook b5 played by black, and you need to play a position with 2 pawns down. But I'm not sure I can win this. But
wow, knight e4, such a natural move, but the computer says it's all wrong because
knight g5 maybe.
Knight g5 is
it seems the only move. Yes, it seems.
I'm still not following exactly what is the point.
So maybe king h8, but I really don't want to do this. But because
so if king f8, the bar goes back to the normal because and we start bringing. You cannot take the pawn because of knight d7.
Actually, after king e2, I think black can not play any moves. No.
Yes, indeed. So you will have to give up the pawn because this the king can go nowhere.
Yes.
And as we said, if and if you go with the knight to f7, you lose.
Whoa.
Because you get checkmated. Right. If you go here, there is a checkmate from e8. And if you get here, there is a checkmate from g8. And this is a very, very known formation, right? When there is a rook on the 7th, the knight on f6, it's extremely, extremely dangerous for the other side.
And this is not the first time we saw about this. Actually, in Ju and Lei's 4th game, I remember maybe.
Yes,
there's some knight f6 rook
there
d8.
were those ideas, absolutely. And the computer says that king h8 is winning here for black. I will not say it cannot be found, because it can, right? Because you kind of see, okay, this is covered, this is the only thing I have to take care about. Very difficult move to make though.
Yes.
Psychologically, you know, you're getting into a mate.
And now please be aware of rook g8 still. You need
right, so you need to make sure the rook doesn't land on g8 somehow.
Yes.
And this is not trivial at all to make such a move. Although I have to say findable, because you kind of say, okay, so if there is nothing immediate, right, if the rook, if you start checking, then the king just runs out and it's fine.
Yes.
But this is, you know, for black it's findable. For white, I feel it's much more difficult to find because it's kind of a move like subconsciously. You say, okay, I play knight e4, knight g5 I don't even consider because it allows knight f6, right? She left her knight on h7 in order to prevent me from playing knight f6. It's kind of weird to play that. But Lei Tingjie, Ju Wenjun did play rook b5, and Lei Tingjie is thinking on her move, knight e4 will lose the game here. Whereas knight d3 is actually keeping the balance. The position will be closer to a draw than to a win for black after knight d3. Will Lei Tingjie manage to find this knight d3? It kind of reminds me of game 4 match.
In the last some moves.
but you had to find the only moves to keep the balance. Is there another way? Can we play knight g4 here?
Yes, it's also worth considering.
We are hitting this pawn on h6.
Yes, and
kind of asking, do you want to take on c5?
And
then
I think it's
g6.
purple check. I
It's
think
a perpetual because the king will not be able to leave the knight on h7.
Yes.
h5 doesn't solve the issue
Yes.
at all because it's still a perpetual. The king, of course, cannot go here because we'll lose the knight on h7.
So black has to.
How do we go here?
I think knight g5 has to be
G5
played
again.
Yes.
And now, of course, no more knight f6 because, as we saw, king h8. But now we can win back.
Yes.
One pawn.
And the king.
The king has to go to f8.
I think now f8 is better.
But we go back probably. The knight is a little bit. We took a pawn, but the knight is a little bit misplaced now.
Yes.
Right? So we.
Come back.
Have to come back. If black takes, it should be noted, if black takes on c5, the knight lands on f6. Important. This is an extremely important square to fight for.
Yes.
We protect the pawn on the e5 with the fork. It cannot be taken. And again, Chu, what can black do? Because the king is paralyzed, you cannot make progress here. This is a fantastic position.
And for example, let's say if black play rook b5, maybe just the king f2 for white.
Just go up with the king. The knight has no good squares. You cannot, as we saw, you cannot go to f7 because you lose the game to a check.
No, but now king g7 is.
Now king g7 is not a mate, right? So.
But seems it's a purple check. Well, I really like this king f2. You know what will happen.
The point is that here.
Yes, if you go king h4.
You cannot go to h4 because there is a check from the perpetual goes all the way, all the squares covered. You cannot run away. Beautiful, beautiful. But Lei Tingjie played knight d3, which is actually, I have to say, and this is a crazy part. So knight g4 and knight e4. Knight e4 loses because of knight g5. Knight g4 is possible, but the evaluation drops a little bit. But Lei Tingjie finds the best move for white, knight d3.
And actually, the knight d3, this best move looks like the worst in these three moves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, this is the amazing part. On the surface, it looks the most passive, right? You just defend instead of attacking.
And seems like no really. For example, knight e4. I have some knight f6. I have some other things to do. But knight on d3 seems like I can only protect my pawn. I have no other things to do.
Let's see, what's the point? For instance, if I start getting my knight out, the point is that now the threat is we want to hit the pawn. Keeping an eye on this one, and suddenly black rook is extremely passive.
Yes. And black needs to be careful. Let's say something. For example, black play king f7, and I play rook c6. If you play king g6 now, it may be losing because rook b6 is a big threat for white.
Oh wow! You cannot catch this pawn.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, a rook is caught up in the middle of the board. Or kind of, not really middle, but you get my point. And it's white. As you can see, it's never too late to lose in the chess. In a game of chess. Beautiful, beautiful resource spotted by Ju. Knight g5 is played, is on the board. I really admire the way both players play. Will this be another draw, another miraculous save by the challenger. So rook a6, I think it's not the only move to make, right?
Yes.
Maybe we can even, well, this is, we don't love to play a move like rook c7,
Yes.
right? Because it allows some ideas. Rook a6 actually looks very, very natural to make such a move.
Yes. And here,
What happens if we hit the knight on d3?
I think king e2
Just king e2, right?
seems
We want to
natural,
bring
yeah.
the king to the game.
And how about knight f3 here?
Oh, knight f3 protecting. Well, the idea is that a knight protects the pawn on c6. Wow, beautiful tactics. But apparently, we can take here.
Yes, and just the king
with
e4.
just king e4, centralize the king. We will hit we'll win one of the pawns depending on where the rook goes. If the rook goes here,
Yes.
we take on c6. This is a serious threat, right? And if you try to protect it, we will go from behind.
Yes.
You can never allow it. So there, I think it feels like black cannot win
Yes.
this game anymore. We can probably go either way to h7 or a7. Or even try to create a,
Yes.
you know, who is playing for a win here? I'm not sure. So black needs to be a kind of
Careful. Yes.
On her own. Because now I would start getting a little bit worried as black as well. Because for instance, if it's not clear how I keep my position, right? So maybe king g6 here is the safest way, right?
Yes.
To give up this e6 pawn and claim, okay. So now we are, this is a draw. But again, where's the win? I felt
yes.
like I had the winning position. Where is it?
Yes, it's
Rook a6 is on the board.
because for Ju Wenjun, it's never a time for her to find a draw from this position. So I want to ask, how about rook b8 here? But
Rook b8.
yes. How about this move?
And what if I just take? Oh, you want to put? Do you
yes.
want to put the rook here?
Yes, but seems like the bar really don't
Well,
like
we
it.
have a counter. We probably have it right on
yes.
time, right?
You are faster.
And there is a check on b8, and you can do, and I'm right on time to prevent the pawn from queening. What an end game! What a game! I mean,
Yes.
this is a. If this is to tell us what is expecting, what we are to expect in the next 5 games, I'm all for it. I mean, wow. Will Lee manage to save this game? How can black even try
Yes.
to win?
This is a big question. How can black try it now?
Maybe we can start pushing the other pawn.
Yes, but you know, h5 is a kind of moves with some risky.
Absolutely, I
Yes.
agree. Because, for instance, now, again, as you said,
Yes.
rook b6 is a big threat. For instance, h4 now,
Wow,
again, loses on the spot. So we have to move the rook somehow away, probably hitting the knight. But white maybe even can save a tempo by defending and also making way for the pawn.
I think there's something very interesting. For example, black play knight e4 here. Maybe c6 is
c6.
Yes.
Ignore, and this is game over. You cannot stop. This is a very known principle that the rook
Yes.
alone, even without the knight, had we, let's pretend, you see, I took the knight away from the board. Even without the knight, the rook alone can never stop both pawns, because if you hit one of them, the other will advance. You cannot stop both. They are too far, and of course, meaning once they reach the 7th rank, the rook alone cannot stop them. So you automatically know, without even, this is one of those key positions that every grandmaster, every strong chess player knows. Whenever the pawns reach the 6th rank, the rook cannot stop them. You don't need to calculate it. You don't need to recheck it, unless, you know, and there's always some exception to the rule, right? And an exception would be if one of the pawns can be hit with a check, for instance, right? So, for instance, if white king was on the c file, then yes, it can be handled, but in the general rule of thumb, the pawns are unstoppable. So a big decision for the world champion here. How can she even try to continue to keep her chances?
Wow, it's really tough.
If Lei manages to escape this, can you imagine what it will do to her and Ju's fighting spirit, or the energy level?
Yes, I think anyway, if Lei Tingjie can escape from this game, just for draw, the result for Ju Wenjun to take black, draw the game is not bad, but the emotion for two players will be totally different, because in this game, let's say Ju will take an analyze after the game, and she will find she has a lot of winning chances, and in the game 3, game 4, Ju is the one who very close to the win, but always she maybe we can say not the lucky one, or maybe we said they really good at manage to escape from the game, but for the emotion of Ju Wenjun is really hard. I feel that I have that feeling that there is a game for me just maybe 2 months ago. The game is totally drawn, but I managed to win, almost wins the game in the pawns endgame. I have a king and 2 pawns. My opponent has a king and 2 pawns. There is no too much variation I need to calculate, but I missed a very easy move which my opponent played, and I draw this, and this cost me 3 days or 4 days to get back to the game. Oh, it's really
such a hurting experience, right?
Yes.
And I think you will be hard pressed to find any chess player with an experience that didn't have such experiences, right?
Especially this is in the World Women Championship match.
Yes, the stakes are so high, and they are getting higher and higher with every round that's passing.
And let's memory from the men's World Championship match that Ding and Nibble, the game 10, I think, from Ding and Nibble's match. Nibble has a winning position, but he plays not accurate, and he lost. And look at the face after he plays to the losing position.
Yes, it was, and exactly this kind of things happen quite often.
Yes, from all the players in the World Championship match.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Those swings, and look at Ju Wenjun.
Yes.
This is not an expression of a happy person. I'm sorry to say, she is. This is the current position. So she did let Lei take the pawn on c6. King e2 is played, and the game is closer than ever to a draw.
Yes.
It would be extremely disappointing for her, of course.
Yes.
But such is the beauty of the game. Sometimes you miss. It has to be said again, guys at home, before you jump to saying, oh, she missed the winning. The win was anything but simple, right? It was not trivial at all. There were so many calculations to make. There were so many beautiful variations where black was actually losing. But she feels, probably she feels, and it will be interesting to ask her at the press conference. Usually she will be told by somebody that she missed the win.
Yes.
It will be very interesting to hear from the players what they felt about this position. Were they both feeling that black was winning? Were they both just calculating? You know, sometimes you don't care about the evaluation of the position. Right?
Yes.
You just calculate. You do your best to calculate. You don't know. You don't care if you're winning or losing. You're trying to find the best move.
Yes. This is why they. This is what they do to go to this world championship match.
Okay, a4 is on the board. Black wants to, of course, push the pawn. The most natural move here is rook a6 to put the rook behind the pawn. A3.
A3. And here
I would consider both. Well, actually, I would consider either rook a7 and c6.
Yes.
But then we need to calculate, for instance, right? If we play rook a7, king f5, king g6, c6, for instance.
Maybe rook c3.
Rook c3 is the move. So I would, I don't love having a black king
to f5
running to f5. So maybe I wouldn't rush with a move like rook a7.
And here, the bar said the position is equal, but actually it's really sharp.
It's not clear, it's not easy at all. So for instance, if we play c6, which is another natural move, right?
Yes.
So our idea being that if you play a move like king f5, can we play maybe c7, or don't we like this move?
C7.
So c7 is always rook c3, and then we have to be ready to kind of play this this position, being a pawn down.
Yes, but I think this position is Ju Wenjun who wants to go for.
So as white, we are not extremely happy to reach this position. So we would love to kind of have to have a better version of it somehow, right?
But actually,
maybe keep the pawn. For instance, so the question could be asked as follows: how do you improve as black? For instance, if I centralize my king, it's a bit unnatural to place the king here, but I want to centralize it to d4 maybe. I want to prevent your knight from jumping to e4. And I also want to prevent your king, because this might be very important. If your king cannot enter f5 and e4, this might be a move to make. And another idea is that whenever you play rook c3, I will have my king d4, forcing you back.
Actually, now king d4 is a very big threat for black. But maybe king d4 now.
King d4, maybe knight f3. Yes. So it's kind of a mutual suit. What happens if we, for instance, push the pawn? And now we start pushing.
Yes. c6.
King g6.
No.
Can we? So c7, we run into rook c3, but maybe we have
king d4,
right? And now I would be worried with black here a little bit.
Yes.
Wouldn't you?
maybe knight f3 has to be
Knight
played.
f3, and what happens after king c4?
Maybe for me, knight d2
Knight
to
d2 perpetual, yeah.
press.
Again perpetual. Look at all those perpetuals happening.
Yes.
The beauty of knights, right? You remember some of you guys asked in one of the previous games.
Yes. Just the last game.
2 knights or 2 bishops, right? And
which
the
we
knights
prefer.
can become very jumpy, as we can see here. You know, another thing, what happens if, for instance, black just starts getting here with the king?
I think c6
Still c6, right?
Yeah.
And here is still king
Still
d4.
king d4, yes.
So this might be a wise plan to kind of force black to
get a purple check.
To force a draw, because if not, then this pawn
Yes.
is going to be queen.
I cannot see black can improve in this.
And this
Nice.
is the current position. Lei Tingjie is thinking the time is running low for both players.
Yes, actually, I
11.
think this 30 minutes goes by really fast.
Like that, yeah. It was like it went by like a snap. So razor sharp focused Lei Tingjie, calculating the lines. She knows, she absolutely knows this has to be drawing. This
Yes.
position has to be drawn, but you want to make sure you do it in the best, in the most efficient way, in the most precise way. You know, another idea I could have here is, so I'm thinking out loud. Another option we could have with white here is to, after we play c6 and black plays rook c5, so to maybe have a rook c5 kind of blocking the black rook. So for this reason, for instance, can we play rook a5 with the idea that now after c6, what do you do with black? So my point is that if you play this, I play a knight c5.
Can I
but
play
you have
a2? Yeah.
You have a2, and on c7 you just promote, the rook is overloaded, and if I take, you just take, and this is game over, black wins. So this probably doesn't work.
Yes. Seems like it will never works.
So this is too sophisticated, so to speak, right?
Yes.
And it has to be said that king d2 is not a good idea,
Yeah.
I think, right? Because the knight will be able to jump to check from both e4
Yeah,
and
I think
f3.
knight e4 is winning for black, maybe because I have rook d3.
For instance, well, first of all, this is just winning like
Yes.
that, right? But if king e2, rook d3, I'm not sure. I think I have this intermezzo. The point, of course, the beautiful point being that this is a fork winning, but with the king on f7, we have this so many variations here.
Yes.
Exciting endgame. If you are white, how do you approach this position? Do you try to calculate it all, or do you try to understand where the pieces should be standing? How do you go here?
Actually, king e3, king d4, this idea doesn't cross my mind only when you said it to me. But for me, I will never try to exchange my c pawn into black's a pawn, because if this exchanged, I will suffer the maybe 40-50 moves after this exchange. Black can play the king to f5 and get some counterplay, and maybe even if I can exchange e5 and h6, but without the knight, e5, e4, maybe I have to play a rook against the rook knight endgame.
Yes.
It's not what I want, but it's really not easy to find king e3, king d4 this idea.
I agree. It's very counterintuitive. But Lei Tingjie played a much more actually natural move.
Yes.
She played knight f4. The point of this move being, we prevent the king from
Yes.
going to g6, we prevent h5,
Yes.
we prevent everything basically. The knight cannot move from g5 because we're hitting the pawn on e6.
As we said, the knight on f4, the knight on f4, and pawn on e5 does control every square in the king side. That's what we said before the last game. Something like knight Lei Tingjie has knight on c6 and pawn on b5, and Ju Wenjun's king is on some squares like c3, and she cannot reach any square on the fourth rank.
Actually, I love this move a lot. It kind of generates this dominating position, right, for white. And always, you know, sorry, this is a misclick. Always in such positions, when my king is so passive,
Yes.
I feel really uncomfortable.
Yes.
Because you know you're squeezed. Just again, rook a7. You have to go to the last rank, and you don't. And we always like, you know, it's imprinted in our brains that without an active king, you never win a game in
Yes.
any game, right? And look at the world champion's face. She knows it's. She had the win slipped away.
Yes.
She's extremely unhappy about it. This is, I think, this is as much emotions as we have seen from her during the whole match.
Yes. Even I think she lost the fifth game. Maybe
She was
doesn't-
less, yeah, right?
Yes, she feels doesn't look like this uncomfortable because in the fifth game is I want to say totally lost from the first from the start to the end.
Right. She had the time to get used to it a little,
Yes.
so kind of, right? But this is a real roller coaster from White's perspective, because she was much better.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden she was lost, and I think both players will tell us that they felt it should be winning for Black.
Yes.
And then a miraculous save by Lei Tingjie. Well, the game is not over yet, of course, that has to be said. She only has 8 minutes on her clock, although both players have increment after each move. But if she manages to save the game, this will be a huge psychological boost, and for her, and a blow for her opponent. You know, I'm looking at this position and I'm thinking, okay, if I'm Black, I'm trying to hit the pawn, but then after c6, what do I do? What is my plan? Can I move the knight to something like a knight f3, perhaps? But then I would need to calculate all kinds of moves. And you know, even as simple as this is just a perpetual, I think, right?
Yes, I think
How
so.
can you avoid it? Not clear.
Actually, I'm thinking about, for
Maybe
example, knight e6.
Who is even playing for a win here, right? And
Yes.
So, for instance, even if you take and I somehow push, or even, you know, check and c7.
Yes, I will
It's
go
still
for
draw, but it's White who is probably, well, nobody is really playing for a win, yeah.
Yes.
But not as for a world champion. For Ju Wenjun, you are calculating this line, you know.
Yeah.
And you don't like this, and you don't like this, and you don't like this, and you're saying, wow, I had 2 extra pawns in an endgame, it must have been winning, but the endgame was actually
It's draw.
probably not winning at all.
Yes, and actually we saw Lei Tingjie from the time control passed by 14 moves. She plays another exciting games, amazing games. The 5th game when she wins against the Ju Wenjun with white, we just analyzed it before. After the 14 moves, she played all the moves is the engine's first line, almost. And this game, I think after 14 moves, we don't check it, but I think almost all the moves are the best.
So she's, back in the 90s, I was a big fan of basketball of the Chicago Bulls, of Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. And it was a very well-known fact that after the halftime, the third quarter, they would go out extremely strongly, and they would most of their breaks would go in the third round, in the third quarter. They would the defense would be extremely strong, the offense would be strong. This is kind of what Lei Tingjie does, right? After move 40, she goes, she kind of lifts this gear, right? Keeping a very, and it's very difficult, especially after the time control, right? I mean, many mistakes are made after the time control because you are tired, you have this baggage of feelings from this adrenaline rush.
I can really get this feeling because I'm the one who is not good at to play after 40 moves in the second time control.
Yes, you are not the only one. So many games have been lost on move 41, you know.
Yes.
And this is a great point that you noted. Lei Tingjie is playing very strongly, and the world champion is thinking only 8 minutes left for both players until the end of the game. Can Black even try? How do you even try to make progress here?
Yes.
Is rook before a move? I'm not sure. I will just check you once and I go back with the right. I can check you once.
Yes.
Even I would argue, even a move like c6, right? I can even have keep the knight unattended because
here Black need to be careful. It's not easy.
I think it's Black who needs to be careful because white is of course out of danger.
Yes, but seems knight f7 is a draw.
You probably keep the draw after this.
Yes, if you play
check, we go somehow. We go
anywhere. Yes,
okay. Doesn't matter. The pawn will be lost eventually. So this will end in a draw.
Yes, because rook c5, I also go a2. It's easy.
Yes, that's the problem. That rook c5 doesn't. You cannot keep the pawn. The king is one move away, right? So, for instance, if a white was able to, for instance, keep the pawn, it's really a Black who should be extremely careful here not to lose.
Yes.
In any case, Ju Wenjun plays rook c3 here. I think c6 looks the most natural to me, but I'm pretty sure it's not the only way to draw. Rook a7 looks just as good. Just keep checking, asking what is your idea, and I want to share something with you. So the computer says c6 for some reason here. Just give him up this pawn. I'm sure Lei Tingjie will not do this. But apparently even this is quite a comfortable draw because once you start checking and the Black king will have to go
to the queen side.
To the queen side, then you will start attacking these 2 pawns. One of them will fall. And this is almost an automatic draw. I'm sure Lei Tingjie will not want to test her opponent technical skills. She will want to. I think a very natural move here is to
Yes.
just keep the pawn alive with the c6 move,
She can play active to a draw in this position.
and she does play c6.
C6.
Although a2, it has to be said, a2 can kind of force this line, right?
But a2, can I play for proper check? I'm not sure.
Check. No, I think I have a king e7, king d8 maybe. So if you keep checking until, is this?
Yes, knight g6 is impossible here.
Knight g6. You change gears and you run you run into g7, and this is game over. But of course nobody will go there with the
Yes.
knight. And if we check, then there is king d8. And again, we can still
Yes,
take the
I
pawn.
can take it anytime.
You take, and I go hitting the pawn, the h pawn.
Yes, that's
And
just
this is maybe the best way to make the draw, right? You check for as many moves as you can. You force the king to the queen side, and then once you exchange the pawns, you give the check on c8, on
Yes.
a8. Sorry.
And if we play rook
How about
c8,
this one? The first thing that comes to mind is to go here, right? But this is losing because
yes,
black can. White is just not in time. Black manages to put as we have seen, right?
yes,
This barrier, and then the king will comfortably come to e6.
yes,
and this is game over.
we need to mention that if we take on e6, and if we cannot play knight g7, which can choose these squares, of course this is the easiest to win. If you play king f3, you can just put your knight here. This is the best square.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe, but maybe king f5 is here. But I want to
But
say
again,
this
yeah, right. So and then the knight can never be right. The knight cannot be taken even if the king is far away, because then the pawn is running and cannot be stopped. Of course, white doesn't need to.
Yes, to do this.
To commit
Yes.
suicide, right?
It's really don't need to
We
do
can
that.
run with the king, and of course we don't even need to exchange the rooks, because
Yes.
having the rook on the 7th is way too strong to exchange it. And you can see by the emotions on Ju Wenjun's, she knows she cannot
is-
win this game.
Yes, to throw the wing away.
Wow, this is really painful.
Yes.
And actually, you know, maybe it's better even not to check all the way and to start with taking on the on a2. A2 is a2 on the board. Oh no, Ju Wenjun played king e7.
King e7.
Now, what is the point? She wants to kind of have this kind of Zugzwang, forcing white to give up the pawn first,
Yes.
and then black would have because the idea is that the king wants to go to d8, right?
Yes. Actually, king e7 is a good move.
It's the kind of moves that Ju Wenjun really excels at. Not giving up forced draws to her opponent, especially important when we have 5.5 minutes for each player left until the end of the game. So for instance, if white just moves, preventing the king from getting to d8, now black can take, and
Yes.
black has an extra tempo
Yes.
to her advantage. For instance, she can start attacking the pawn on e5, but apparently it also doesn't lead anywhere, because after a check, let's say we go to king with the king to
D8.
d8. White can just defend this pawn from either g6. I think d3 is also
Yes,
perfectly
also.
valid. And the threat is to just attack this pawn. And again, without the king, how do you win this game?
I feel really drawish this position.
You can
I
really,
cannot.
and if you go here, I check you. If you go up, rook h8,
Okay, GT is a move, yes.
and if you go with the rook to c8, I keep my rook on a7.
And the g6 knight is.
Please improve your position, and you cannot, right? So you can start running maybe h5,
But rook g7, I think.
rook g7,
Yes, you cannot play h4.
x-raying, because on h4
my
I will
knight-
just take,
Yes.
and it will be you who needs to make a draw maybe, yes?
Yes.
So black really cannot improve her position anymore, and Lei Tingjie played king d2, which is
Wow.
also actually an interesting move, because you have this check. I will go back, but now you, she kind of achieved the
yes.
same idea, because without the knight on g5, knight takes e6
E6.
is possible. So the king can never leave the 7th square, and rook a7 is a threat now. So you kind of have to go back, and then king d2 might well be a repetition.
Yes. But look at the f4 knight. It's such a.
Yes, it's a beast, right?
Yes.
It controls everything. It gives you everything you want. It hits the e6 pawn. It prevents h5 from moving. It prevents the king from entering from g6. It has the options to give checks if needed.
Yes.
What a beauty of a knight. And again, we see time and again this pattern. A pawn and a knight are fantastic, doing fantastic job together, right, in this formation. King d2 played, what did the world champion do? She played
Rook
rook c4, hoping for king e3. Of course, this will not happen.
Yes.
But again, just goes to show you, as we said, the king is, the knight on f4 is very strong.
Yes.
What does the world champion do? Please go from here, right?
Yes.
Go away. So she attacks the knight. But
Now maybe you cannot play knight g6 because
knight g6, king f7.
well, but the bar said it's
The computer
still-
somehow says it's okay. I'm not sure why. King d3 is the move. I will be extremely surprised if we see that happening.
Yes.
The point is that the rook cannot both stay on the 4th and on the c file, preventing the pawn from moving. So the rook will probably need to go somewhere to c1, and then the knight can go back to f4.
When the knight go back to f4, it's really a bad news for black.
Or actually, I would even say maybe is there a move like
King d2.
king d2 is a bit problematic, but Lei Tingjie played a much more natural move, a 93, which according to the computer gives black slight hopes. It's not 0-0-0 anymore. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny advantage for black. I'm not sure how actually.
I also don't know why, but you know.
Somehow, so it gives, it regroups the knight to d4, hitting the pawn on c6.
Yes.
And it's very findable, and it probably is the plan for black. But what happens if we go here?
I can play knight d4
You
because
play knight d4.
c7 is not a
So
good move here.
I cannot take here because this is important.
Yes, and if you play c7, I can play knight. First, I can play knight f5, but I think
You cannot even take, right?
yes, but I think here knight c2 or knight
Knight
b4.
c2, and then now take the pawn probably.
Yes.
So this is something white needs to be a little bit careful.
Yes.
Although still, again, if the knight goes back, you know, this knight is a bit lost. You cannot protect the pawn on e6, and then h6 will fall. But a pawn is quite strong, so I would
Yes.
not love to leave it. And again, both players are down to their last 3
Yes.
minutes. So not an automatic draw for white yet.
Yes.
She needs to earn it. She has shown before that she is up for the challenge. She is always ready to defend, even those unpleasant positions. The world champion is looking for her last resources.
Yes, this is what Ju Wenjun is really a strong player. When she is not good in the position, maybe she is the one who needs to play for draw. She can find the way to draw it, and when she has a little, very tiny advantage, she will play for a long game and tries it for a win. And never give up.
Rest assured, she will try all her options, as she does in this game. I wanted to ask you, so knight f3 check.
Yes.
Right? So we see that this knight d4 is not so good for us.
Yes, but how
Can we maybe go, this is a strange move, but
Yes.
is this possible at all? So idea being that if you play knight d4,
or some moves?
then I will take on a3.
Yes.
This is my point. Oh, sorry. This is a misclick. I will take here. And if you
I will take
take-
with knight, yes.
This is important. The knight is covering
Yes.
the 7th rank.
Actually, you know, if I play black to this position, I will be very happy because I can play king f7, king g6, king f5, and
Yes.
although I know this is not a winning position, but
But
feels
at least, there is a game, right?
yes,
But the world champion played king f7. She does not go knight f3 check.
yes,
So she gives up. Basically, she wants to get the very same position that you said, you talked about. But now knight f4 is again possible, right? And
yes.
as long as we keep the king away from g6, we are fine. Maybe her plan is to play king g6.
yes.
But then, with the plan that in rook c3 is impossible. So but we can probably keep this.
But
Maybe
I
that's her
think-
plan, right?
Yes,
So
This is a good plan.
might be rook a3 on the board. Lei Tingjie took on a3. I think we will not see rook c6 happening. No, we did. So Ju Wenjun took on c6. Lei Tingjie immediately places the bishop, the knight on f4.
I think maybe Ju Wenjun missed that the a3 rook can protect the
Protect f3. Perhaps
Yes,
that was the plan. She wanted to check and take the pawn, but knight f4 opens the rook up and preventing knight f3. Wow, what a great defense by Lei Tingjie. And now I think we are getting closer and closer to a draw.
yes.
Rook c5, hitting the pawn on e5 will run into rook a7 check.
I will, as we said, knight g6 is just a move.
And knight g6 covering everything, right?
Yes.
All the pawns and the rook will eventually find its way to attack the pawn on h6 if needed. Maybe not needed at
Yes,
all, right? We can maybe just, just go back and forth and laugh at any attempt
Yes.
to win this game, because the knight cannot move because of a check and winning the pawn.
And if you play knight f3 here, I just king e3, and knight e5, rook e7. It's easy.
For instance, right. So, for instance, this is an automatic draw. What has black played? Again, rook c4, as we said, but now there is an intermediate check on a7.
And the knight g6.
And knight g6.
I think knight g6 is
rook
important.
a7 played by Lei Tingjie.
Yes. Can she find knight g6? I think knight g6 is if it is played on the board, it will be really no chance for black to win.
But maybe, you know, I'm thinking now, maybe she's counting on rook helping to push the pawn further down. But still, you know, we can for instance play this with the idea that h4 is met with knight h4.
Yes.
And if not, then maybe the plan is rook g8, rook h8. How do you really make any progress here? This will be a fantastic save by the challenger, Ju Wenjun, down to her last minute to make the moves. Of course, each move has the increment of 30 seconds, so she is not running any risk of losing the game on time. King f8 was played. She wants to keep the option to play maybe king g8 after a knight g6 check.
Yes,
right?
This is the first. This is the first, and I think maybe she wants to tell Lei Tingjie knight g6 is the move I want you to play.
Right.
Yes,
right. So
which is
saying, please make this move, right?
Yes, and maybe for me, maybe I will think, okay, she wants me to play knight g6, so I don't play knight g6. This is a trap.
But of course, we always have this move, right? So
okay,
we are not in any hurry to react, because we can check, or maybe and the point is that if you try to hide behind your knight, of course you cannot do that, because knight is guarding the pawn on e6. So king f8. I like the fact that Lei Tingjie is taking some time, not rushing into making decisions. I would expect rook a8 to happen here.
Yes, rook a8 really is the most natural move here.
Yes. And Lei Tingjie down to her last 90 seconds. On her clock now, 90 seconds. Again, she also has an increment of 30 seconds after each move. So not a lot of pressure here, but as a defender, I always love to keep at least a minute and a half on the clock, right? Not to, because if I'm suddenly in some pressure to make fast decisions or unexpected decisions, I want this time to be able to process, right? Not to blunder.
Yes. For example, if I'm down in 30 seconds and I find a move, but in the last few seconds, for example, last 5 seconds, I find this move is a blunder and I will lose my mind. I don't know what to
Absolutely.
move. Yeah.
Because when you're down, for instance here, Lei Tingjie is down to her 40 seconds. She starts thinking, as you can see, her looking at the clock, she starts thinking more about the clock and less about the game. She played knight h5.
I really...
This is a... Well, the knight on f6, as we said, the knight on f6 is quite, also quite strongly placed. I think the justification being that here knight queen e4, because the king is on f8.
Yes.
She has the time to place the knight on f6.
But what about knight f3 here?
Knight f3.
Yes.
This allows knight f3, and it has been played. King e3 immediately answered by Lei Tingjie. We should expect knight e5.
Yes, knight e5 is on the board, I think.
It's on the board.
Yes.
What was the idea of Lei Tingjie? Maybe she wants to just go for this pawn.
But I have knight g4.
But this is just losing, right? If you can keep up both pawns, Is this new life in black's position?
Wow.
It feels like unnecessary complication for Lei Tingjie. What do we do here?
Actually, I'm very surprised why she played knight
She
h5.
goes back, knight f4. So this is her plan. She's hitting the pawn on e6.
Yes.
How do you defend it? Can you defend it? So the point.
Okay,
if
first
we go here
and
then
e5, for example.
e5. Do we have a check? Oh, but the bishop, the knight will be protected, right?
Yes.
So if we, for instance, we go here, king e8,
k8 must be played.
check here, king goes here,
Yes.
check here,
I
king
must go.
runs away. Wow, maybe she just wants to. What
Yes.
an interesting
bar
position. The bar says
said
it's a draw, but how is she making the draw? King e4, she is dominating, white is dominating, but white is 2 pawns down. Although the black rook is tied up to the defense of the e6 square, the knight is attacked. Where the knight will go? Knight g4 or to f7. Can we go to
knight
f7?
is really unlucky because knight g6 can be played by white and
Oh, and this is all of a sudden.
yes. And why I want to say it's very unlucky because knight g6 your king is nowhere to go. If you play king g8, I have knight e7. Maybe
Wow.
yes, maybe rook e7 f7 is not a threat because rook c4 I'm not sure, but knight e7 is enough.
Knight e7 is more than enough.
Yes, and king e8 I have rook e7. So
King
it's
e8, rook e7. So knight f7 is impossible.
yes.
Ju Wenjun is thinking 30 seconds left. She plays knight c4 in time trouble. Important. This comes to show you how important it is to have some extra time,
Yes.
right? For exactly for moments like that. And after knight c4, I have a question. Can we take on
Whoa.
e6?
This
This is a very
oh
I'm sorry, I'm not sure this is a move she will make because your
Yeah.
king is very far away. Maybe you don't need that. Lei Tingjie plays knight g6 check.
but you know Alik, knight e6 is the move ends the game as a draw immediately.
Yes, but it's a move with seconds on the clock. It's very
Yes.
difficult to make. I'm allowed to suggest such a move because I don't have the pressure of
Yes.
the game, right? So
Because you know, if we spend 1 minute to make sure knight e6 is a good move or not, and then you find it's not,
Right.
and you are low on time, and you can probably just made a very random move which give black the advantage.
absolutely. But
Yeah.
you know what? I think Lei Tingjie doesn't even want this. All
Yes.
of this. Maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
Yes.
maybe she wants to go to simply this position, claiming that
This is
her domination is so strong.
yes.
that
This is an easy draw position, but knight e5. Can I play knight d6?
This
is
you could, but okay, she played king
king
d4,
d4 here.
which is also a very. Look at this domination. Black has 2 extra pawns, but they are going nowhere really. And,
Yes.
for instance, if you start pushing the pawn, I think as simple as rook h7,
Or maybe knight e5.
or even again, as we
Yes.
said, knight e5, really forcing you to take on e5.
Yes.
The king is so beautiful here. right?
Yes.
The rook will go to h7, and the
And
best you can hope for as black is to give up this pawn and be left with this theoretical draw. 19 seconds for Ju Wenjun. She is looking at her clock. She needs to make a move. Knight runs all the way to b6. The knight is really misplaced there. but she doesn't want to exchange it. The threat was knight e5. She understands it.
Yes, actually, knight b6 is a good move. For example, if Ju Wenjun really wants to win, and if she plays knight d2, it will be a big blunder. Maybe will be winning for white because rook a8. Maybe not winning, but white wins the rook.
So there was also this threat of winning the exchange, and the knight is somehow might get a bit caught up here, right?
Yes.
So the computer says it's drawish, but not a draw the world champion had in mind in this position for sure.
Yes.
Wow, I'm extremely impressed by this idea by Lei Tingjie of keeping the balance. She gives the check on e7, forces the king to d8. I think
rook
h7 will follow now. She takes the time, 52 seconds for Lei Tingjie, 1 minute for Ju Wenjun. The position is drawn. Some very basic accuracy is needed. Rook h7, hitting this pawn. The pawn cannot be protected, and it should be said, only one pawn will not win the game because, to begin with, even just for our viewers at home, let's say that even if white gives up the knight, well, this I managed to blunder, right? But if we don't blunder, so we go, somehow I'm unable, okay, I found a way. So even if black wins the knight somehow for a pawn, this is a theoretical and easy draw, should be said.
Yes.
There have been occasions where black managed to win, the stronger side managed to win such positions, but normally it's a very easy draw. And it has to be said that black still needs to somehow win this knight for a pawn. It's not easy at all to make any progress in this kind of position. And now knight d7, without the pawn on h6, white could have taken
of course.
And forced the draw, but with the pawn still alive, this is of course winning, so of course nobody will play that.
But e5 is not good. Knight e5 can
knight
be
e5 will be a very immediate draw, it should be said. Because this is game over. Lei Tingjie is a fantastic tactical player. I think she will spot it. Because if knight takes, we can for sure take on c6. We can even give check and take back. All of these moves will lead to a draw.
And
Lei is thinking, she's down to her 30 seconds. She's making sure, because you know, you really make sure, and she does it. Knight takes e5.
And the game will end in the same position as the last game.
Yes. Unbelievable fight by two great fighters. Wow, what an emotional game. White was much better in the beginning, was losing at some point for a long period of time, in time trouble, and a miraculous save by the challenger. I think she is extremely happy.
Yes, of course. And welcome to Chongqing.
Welcome to Chongqing, exactly.
Yes, fantastic game.
Absolutely. We couldn't be hoping for more.
Yes,
really.
I think to be a commentator for this kind of games, it's really my honor.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. Thanks, great chapeau for the players for such a great game. There were mistakes. It's okay. It's normal for people to make mistakes. We are a human after all. But the idea is the tension, right?
Yes.
If you are Ju Wenjun now, what do you feel? What are your feelings?
If I'm Ju Wenjun, I would like tomorrow is a rest day for me.
Absolutely.
Yes, I think For me, if I'm Ju Wenjun, it's really a tough day to throw this kind of games away. But we need to know Ju Wenjun is 3 times world championship, woman world champion, and she has really a big heart. She knows how to deal with this position, deal with these things, and I'm to be a teammate with her. I always see her in a very, for example, draw a game like this or lose a game which she can win, and she will come back it in tomorrow.
That's world championship material for sure. The world champion Ju Wenjun really had a fantastic chance to equalize today with black, but a very, very tenacious, great defense by the challenger, right? There was a time in the time travel where when she played King G2, right, and then she played Bishop F2.
Yes.
We were feeling kind of hopeless already for white, but she kept finding those ideas to not lose immediately, to keep fighting, to transfer the game into an end game, which is really not the normal thing you would want to do with 2 pawns, being 2 pawns down. But she kept pushing, kept fighting. And guys, we are ready to go to the press conference. It will be extremely interesting to hear what the players thought. Thanks for watching our commentary. Let's go straight to the press conference room.
Thank you.
Welcome to the press conference after round 7 of the FIDE Women's World Championship match. What a game today. There was a lot of action. Lei Tingjie, first question is to you. What a save. Is this the greatest save of your career, and how important is this draw today?
Okay, today's game was quite tough. And I made some mistake in the middle game. I underestimated the counterplay, and in the end game, I still don't know. Probably black has some chances, but I feel dizzy right now.
One of the most important moments in the game seemed like the move G4. Is that a mistake you mean, or something else?
After she played B6, probably I can also try Rook C1 here. But yeah, I don't know.
Actually, yeah, the engine liked your decision after B6 before, but yeah, the G4 move that was somehow maybe very brave. Can you give us some background of this decision, and also how were you evaluating the position at this point, G4, after G4, before G4?
During the game, I thought G4 looks so attractive, and I say, okay, probably there was the only chance I can play G4 in this match, so I didn't think about a lot. I just said, G4, let's go.
All right, thank you. Ju Wenjun, what were your thoughts at this moment, G4? You seem to react quite confidently after that, but yeah, what were you thinking, and how were you evaluating this?
Okay,
G4 gives black some counterplay, and I feel because if G4, white must go some attack in the king side, but it's not like it's very difficult to see if white can have some threats on king side. And after that, I feel my position is quite pleasant to play.
And generally, what are your impressions about this game? There was so much going on, so how was this dynamic also changing from your perspective?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Mm-hmm. In general, your impressions from today's game, there was so much going on. How was this dynamic changing from your perspective?
Well, I feel that just try to play a game and with with good fighting spirits and good focus in the game. And for readouts, I don't expect too much.
So the question from the commentators team is, how were you both evaluating the position around the time trouble? Let's say move f5 when white played f5. Ju Wenjun? How was your evaluation of the position?
I feel that f5 is a good move, and after queen, maybe after queen exchange is not easy endgame for black, but maybe I could have something else instead of queen e6, but it's not easy to find on the board.
Yeah, for sure, it's not easy. Lei Tingjie, how were you evaluating? What was your thought in this moment?
I mean, at that point, I think there is only way to play it, because otherwise I think I lost the game. So f5, I still don't know. Probably, I think black has something. Probably just to simplify the game. I don't know, rook b3, probably.
After f5?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this was, of course, very complicated. You were both low on time. The engine was actually very believing in your position after knight g5, but it is very complicated. Were you considering this move at all?
Yes, I considered, but it's just not. It's like the king is also dangerous, and I'm not sure if. For example, if ef gf knight g5 or knight g5 directly, and but after that, yeah, I think I should play that. But in the game, it's a brave decision, and I just played queen e6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the engine was very brave, and of course for the viewers it's easy to see, but you didn't consider that you have a winning position, yeah? You were not certain that it's winning?
After knight g5, I mean, if black is fine in the king side, then have some chances, but at that moment it's not easy to save some attack on the king side.
Okay. Lei Tingjie, at the very beginning of the game, you spent few seconds before you played e4. Was there something special going on in your mind, or was it just focusing before the game?
No, just some kids saying something, so I tried to focus on the chess.
Mm-hmm. And another question from the commentators, Lei Tingjie, to you. Before today, there was only one game in the database, at least the one game we found, of your opponent playing the Caro-Kann. Did you see this game? Were you surprised in the opening today?
No, because she played like probably 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and she never played Caro-Kann. So, I mean, you can expect that.
All right, thank you. Ju Wenjun, also, I have a question from an outside journalist to you. Let me read it to make it precise. Will you anyhow adjust your approach with just 5 games left and a need to bounce back? Are we to witness riskier choices?
Sorry, what? Are you?
Will you change something in your strategy? Will you try to choose some more risky things, more risky decisions, openings?
I feel it's just okay. Maybe just more focus on the game and the strategy. Okay. Well, I feel it's more of the thing is on the board. The strategy maybe before try to some, but in general, I feel it's still just focus.
Okay, now last couple of questions from me. We have changed the location of the tournament. Of course, we are now in Chongqing, and this is a hometown for you, Lei Tingjie. We were in Shanghai before, which is hometown for Ju Wenjun. And the question is, has it influenced you somehow? Do you think that playing in your city somehow is beneficial for you? Or is it maybe an added pressure with the more fans, a bit more pressure? Which one is it, Lei Tingjie? Can we start with you, since you're now in your hometown?
I mean, okay, I'm happy to play here, and also this is my first time to come here, and also this is my first time to play this match. So there are so many first times, so for me just like, how to say, must be like very interested in memory, so I try to just play chess and not think about other stuff.
Ju Wenjun?
Actually, I feel I am okay. I feel it's a new beginning of the tournament, and I feel I'm quite enjoy in Chongqing so far.
Thank you. And how does the tension grow with each game, since we have 12 games, but now it's only 5 left? Lei Tingjie?
And just as my opponent said, like every game is a new game, so I didn't think about like the last 7 games. I mean, we have 5 left, but everyone should be new ones. So I think both of us will try our best to play some good chess, hopefully.
Ju Wenjun, does the tension grow for you?
Okay, I feel it's. I mean, well, I just quite enjoy and happy in the playing. Yeah.
Okay, and the last question before we move on to the Chinese part is, are you following any news or reading any comments online about the event? Lei Tingjie? Are you following any news online, any comments?
No.
Ju Wenjun?
Not really.
All right. Well, many fans are cheering for you, but I think it's probably better for now to keep away from it. So thank you so much for your time, and we will move on to the Chinese version part of the press conference. Xiaobing, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Anna. 那还是想先请2位棋手介绍一下今天比赛的过程吧。朱元军。
我觉得今天这盘
声音稍微大一点。
我觉得今天这盘棋还是挺有趣的，相对来说双方都选择了一些比较主动积极的一些下法。那么中间我应该是有一些机会可以去制造一些赢棋，但是我没有走出来，然后对方也防守的可以，然后最后就和了。
雷霆姐。
觉得可能今天的棋我下的有点上头吧，然后有点上头过度了，然后给自己制造了一些麻烦。当然，在时间紧张的情况下，可能双方都会犯一些错误，但是可能最后那个残局就是 我也不太确定吧，现在，但我觉得最后能守下来，还是就是挺不容易的。
我有2个技术上的问题，还是想和2位棋手这个探讨一下。那先问一下居恩君，在这个后1-6还是后1-6对后的这个时候，你是觉得对完后进入的这个残局，你觉得能赢，所以你才选择对后的，还是因为就是简单的担心白方在网易的攻势？
我感觉其实相对来说，如果能继续保持一个压力的话，我其实觉得可能后1-6并不是那么理想吧，但是总的来说，就是也不是那么糟糕的一步棋。
不那么糟糕的一步棋，你说的是？那你是判断后1-6对完后那个棋能赢是吗？你觉得？
我觉得就是有一些机会，但是白的也有和棋的机会。
那有没有想过不对后，也许那个当时的保持优势的机会更大？
对，我觉得可能不对后会更多一点机会。
那雷霆姐，你刚才说你这盘棋下的有一点上头，指的是祭祀的时候？
应该是吧，我觉得这没什么必要。
那当时为什么会一下子上头了呢？
上头这个不需要任何理由，突然一下灵机一动上头了，就走了呗。但是这个东西就是你走完了，意识到错误了，那只能再扛嘛，那没有回头路了，对吧？都已经上完头了，那就总不能再下头吧？
对，退不回来了。那就像你刚刚在英文采访的时候说，你祭祀就是觉得这好像就这个机会可以冲，所以你就冲了。当时是有一点不计后果的，没去计算后果的就冲上去了，是不是？
好像是这样的吧，我也不太确定。这个，感觉也不是勇敢的一步，可能是糟糕的一步吧。
今天的策略是拼命吗？
没有，我不会想拼命的，但是好像下着下着，我觉得其实就是不是说，我就想可能想下的尽量主动一点，但是可能局面判断或者怎么样，出现一些偏差吧，我觉得挺正常的。
那然后再想问一下2位棋手对这个最后这个残局，你们当时的判断和当时的一个，对，就是一个感受和判断吧。
我觉得有一些机会，但是并不那么明朗。
雷霆姐呢？就是他对完后之后，你觉得那个残局你的机会是增加了，还是会很危险？
过了40步，然后多了一些时间，然后局面上的话，看起来黑方可能是多了2只兵，但是我觉得就他走一步，那我就面对一步，我也不会想着这盘棋会不会输掉，能不能守得住，就扛呗。
就是后对了之后，也没有一下子觉得自己减轻了压力，是吗？还是很
会减轻压力，但是其实加了30分钟也没多少时间，那局面挺复杂的，而且你白的是弱势方，你需要想招法去怎么防守，那肯定是，我觉得怎么讲呢？毕竟我是弱势方嘛，对吧？我还是要承受压力的，对。
好，那个还有一个问题就是说，2位棋手刚才说到从上海转战到重庆，除了这个生活上的改变以外，会不会对你们在上海已经养成的一个日常的一个作息会有一些改变？会不会对有一些影响？比如说在上海固定的习惯、固定的时间散步啊，然后突然一下子整个改变了，会不会要重新开始有一些影响？雷霆姐，你先说吧，毕竟是你的家乡。
吃饭、睡觉、下棋，我觉得不会改变太多吧。
不会有什么区别是吧？居仁君呢？
我觉得没有什么太大的影响吧。我觉得主要就是还是照常的一个作息。
好，那我这儿没有问题，大家有什么问题？有没有问题问两位棋手？好，如果没有问题，那我们新闻发布会就到这里，谢谢两位棋手，谢谢安娜。